Thank you, Mr. President. I had papers here, now they're all gone, which had the budgets listed. May I ask for half a minute suspension, Mr. President?
Session is suspended. Session is resumed.
Thank you, Mr. President. My apologies. I move, Mr. President, we take up the budget of the Department of Finance.
Any objection? Hearing none. Motion is approved.
We request, once again, it is being sponsored by our chairman of the Committee on Finance, Senator Angara. May we recognize, Mr. President, to interpolate the list. The first on the list is Senator Kiko Pangilinan, Mr. President, if he's ready.
Senator Angara, the chairman of the Committee on Finance, still on the floor. We recognize Senator Francis Pangilinan.
Thank you, Mr. President.
May we call up his office, please? Right? May we just ask, Mr. President, if Senator Francis Pangilinan is already, we see him online, Mr. President, but I'm not sure if he knows where he's being held. May we ask for another suspension, Mr. President?
Session suspended.
Pangilinan and Senator Gordo to ask the DOF, let's suspend the deliberations of the budget for the meantime, Mr. President, but they're indisposed and they promise to come back soon. Let us now take up the budget first of the DBM, Mr. President. So I move to suspend the deliberations of the budget of the DOF and proceed with the budget of DBM.
Any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved. Budget of the DBM is still being sponsored by Senator Angara.
That's correct. We'd like to remind our colleagues. On the list of the DBM is Senators Binay, Senator Christopher Bongo, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Gordon, Senator Drilon, Senator Hontiveros, Senator Marcos, Senator Cayetano, Senator Recto, then Senator Lacson. Mr. President, may you recognize Senator Binay? I believe she's online already.
Senator Nancy Bina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Floor Leader. Would my seatmate, the gentleman from Aurora, yield to a few questions?
Yes, with great willingness to our seatmate and friend and the chair of the Senate Committees on Tourism and Science and Technology, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sponsor. Mr. Sponsor, dun po sa Barangay Development Project ng National Task Force to End the Local Communist Armed Conflict or NTF-LCAC, ilang barangays po ba at magkano ang makukuha nito?
Of the 16.4 billion fund set aside for the Barangay Development Fund, Your Honor, that will cover 822 barangays, which are cleared barangays. That's the delineation for or the criteria for the selection. They have been declared cleared by our security sector, Your Honor.
And magkano ho makukuha ng each barangay?
20 million each barangay, Your Honor, with a menu with 12 million for a road concreting. Then there's 3 million for a school building, 2 million for water and sanitation, 1.5 million for greening, 1.5 million for health stations, and the other funding for electrification, DA extension services, TESDA projects, DICT services, and other agencies like DOLE, DSWD will be included in the agency budgets, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. President, in fact, ho, di ba, ang DNR and DepEd, they also have similar programs. For example, sa DepEd, they have that Last Mile Schools program, which aims to address the gaps in resources and facilities of schools that are located in geographically isolated and disadvantaged and conflict-affected areas. In fact, they have already identified 7,144 schools. Kaso lang ho, for this year's budget, dapat 6.5 yung pondo for this program. Kaso lang dahil ho sa bayanihan, they had to give up 5 billion at natira na lang is 1.5 billion. Samantalang sa DNR naman ho, they have that enhanced greening program which had 5 billion budget. And in fact ho, pareho din yung gagawin nila. Ang aim ng greening program is to rehabilitate yung mga nakakalbo na nating forest as well as maintain existing forest. In fact, based ho dun sa submission, Mr. President, ng DNR, dun sa listahan ng mga barangay nila for this program, meron hong duplication na nakita tayo dun sa listahan ng 822 barangay submitted for the Barangay Development Program. Siguro just to cite a few barangays, Mr. President, Mr. Sponsor, for example, in the home province of our Majority Floor Leader, sa Bukidnon, sa bayan ho ng Kitaw-Kitaw, Barangay Panganan for 2020, ang allocation ho ng DNR is 1.867 million that will cover 94 hectares. And for 2021 naman ho, for next year, 420 hectares po ang nakalaan, worth 6.5 million. Sa bayan naman po ng Malitbog, Barangay San Luis, for 2020, 150 hectares with a budget of 3.2 million. At for 2021 naman po, 200 hectares with a budget of 4.3. Sa Agusan del Norte naman ho, sa bayan ng Buena Vista, Barangay Simbulan, 2020, 175 hectares with 1.1 million. Sa 2021, 70 hectares with a budget of 455 million. Samantalang sa North Cotabato naman ho, sa bayan ng Arakan, Barangay Datula Dayon, 50 hectares, 1.1 million. Mr. President, ilan lang ho to dun sa nakita nating duplication ng listahan ho ng barangay. Kaya nga ho, Mr. President, hindi ho ba mas maigi, Mr. Sponsor, na ibigay na lang ho natin yung pondo sa DepEd for the schools program, samantalang yung sa greening naman ho, baka mas maigi, kunin na lang dun sa existing budget for the enhanced greening program so as to avoid duplication and overlapping at as well as to monitor the programs easily. Mr. President.
Your Honor, that's a good point, no, yung possible duplication. And perhaps one possible solution is to itemize both listings or both lump sums or all the lump sums referred to. So, and we already committed earlier that as much as possible, we would try to provide the annex to the Barangay Development Project or the LCAC project to provide as an annex to the GAA that we will pass, the list of barangays as well as the menu so that it is clear where the money will be spent. And perhaps we could further itemize also the recipients of the other funds mentioned by Your Honor, the greening program under the DNR budget and the school building programs of the DepEd, Your Honor, since there is some duplication in the coverage of the various programs, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Sponsor. Mr. President, kanina po nabanggit nyo na isa dun sa qualification is cleared yung barangay. Meron pa ho bang ibang criterias para masama dun sa priority barangays?
That is the minimum criteria, Your Honor, to avail of the fund. The barangay should be cleared by the NTF LCAC from 2016 to 2019. And I think the 822 barangays, it's not exclusive, Your Honor. There are many other barangays, I think, who they want to include in, if not in next year's budget, in succeeding years. There's no additional criteria, Your Honor.
So, Mr. Sponsor, hindi ho siya kailangan na geographically isolated, disadvantaged areas?
Parang wala naman hong ganong criteria na nabanggit. So just as long as it was cleared and there was a former presence of the insurgency, I think the intention of the program, Your Honor, is to bring some socioeconomic services and development to this formerly barangays with a strong insurgency in the past, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. President,
the majority leader is saying there are a lot of barangays like that in his province, Your Honor. That's why the airport needs to be developed, Your Honor, to prevent insurgency, Your Honor.
And siguro, Mr. President, kadalasan itong mga may insurgency problems tayo na mga lugar, kadalasan ito yung geographically isolated, mostly mountainous or steep hillsides. I guess yun yung usual characteristic ng mga lugar na ito.
I would expect so, Your Honor. And if we look at the list of the barangays, the 822, and among which you mentioned, a lot of them are really in provinces where there there are mountainous provinces and rural in nature, Your Honor.
Okay. Based, Mr. President, on the latest submission from DBN, bakit po walang barangays from Central Visayas or Region 7? Ang ibig sabihin po ba neto, walang insurgency problems doon or wala pa hong nakiklear na barangays from that area?
They are in the process of clearing those barangays, I was told, Your Honor. So siguro yung sunod na mga taon, sila na po yung masasama dun sa listahan.
Okay. So Mr. Sponsor, buong Region 7?
Yeah, Mr.
Walang
President, with the
naklear.
permission of Senator Nancy Binay.
Yes.
I think one of the high hotbeds of insurgency
Negros.
in the region is Negros Oriental. That's in Region 7. Maybe they should revisit that. Kasi dyan talagang mainit na maraming command fronts of the NPA. Misamis Oriental, sir. In the mountains of Mabinay and yung earthquake before, Ginhulngan. That area.
I was told there are 73 barangays currently being cleared in that region, Your Honor. So tama si Majority Leader, and the concern of our representative from our lady senator from Makati is also, I think they're in the process of clearing these 73 barangays, Your Honor.
Okay. So, yun nga, Mr. President, wala pa talagang ready na beneficiary from Region 7.
None at the moment, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you. And then, dun ho sa listahan din, Mr. President, kasama ho dun sa paglalaanan ng pondo ay 130 barangays mula sa 30 na lungsod at 89 barangays naman from 3 highly urbanized city. Mr. President, alam mo naman ho natin, lalong-lalo na yung mga highly urbanized city, yung problema ng insurgency dyan, barely minimal. Hindi ho ba mas maigi, Mr. President, na unahin muna natin yung mga 4th, 5th, or 6th class municipality na alam ho natin na talagang ito yung hotbed ng insurgency problem natin?
Perhaps as a general rule, Your Honor, but I think some cities really have, especially the larger ones, I think, and those whose geography is quite extensive, covering both what you might classify as a more urban and meron din pong section doon na rural in nature, Your Honor. So I think those are the ones you are referring to.
Siguro just to cite specific barangay, Mr. President. For example, itong sa Bacolod City, I don't know if our majority floor leader is familiar. Nabisita ho natin itong Banago, Barangay Banago, kung nasaan yung port ngayon. I don't think, Mr. President, dun sa menu na pwedeng paggamitan ng 20 million, kakailanganin pa ng Barangay Banago. Unang-una, yung greening program, wala namang forest doon na tataniman nila dahil port area nga eh. So, Mr. President, may mga instances na parang hindi tugma doon sa layunin ng programa.
I'm not aware, Your Honor, of the geography of Banago, but perhaps I will relay your concern to the DBM and the NTF LCAC Secretariat, Your Honor. They should be conscious that the menu must be applicable to the barangays chosen. So perhaps, I think in the case of barangays, the greening program is really up to the barangay to avail of it. And they say that if the barangay chooses not to avail of it or it is not applicable, then the funds will not be spent and will be kept in the treasury, Your Honor.
So, Mr. President, ibig sabihin nun, hindi yung automatic i-download yung buong 20 million for them to use and then isusoli na lang nila yung di nila magagamit?
It's not automatic, Your Honor.
So, they have to submit?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Siguro yun na lang, Mr. President, tignan nila lalong-lalo na dito sa highly urbanized city, which is worth mga 1 billion din. In fact, kasama ho dito yung Iloilo City na alam naman natin na very progressive ngayon, katulad ng Davao City. Yun na lang po, Mr. President. I would like to thank the sponsor, and maybe during the period of amendments, we will introduce certain measures that would enhance the program. Yun lang po, and thank you.
We'd like to thank our colleague for her very good points and to ensure that there is no duplication and to ensure that public funds are spent in an appropriate manner. We thank her for her concern and her questions, and we look forward to her possible amendments. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Senator Binay. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, next in line is, since Senator Go is still in Marikina doing relief efforts, he's gonna come online a bit later. He asked if he can ask last. Mr. President, therefore, I move to our distinguished colleague from Davao, the Davao region, no other than Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa. Please, Mr. President.
Senator De La Rosa is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, Majority Leader. With the gentleman, my idol, yield to some questions. The sponsor.
Yes, certainly, to the former PNP chief, now our colleague, the Philippine version of The Rock, Your Honor, Senator De La Rosa.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, I would like to make it clear na kung ano mang mapag-usapan natin sa chamber na ito, yung highly contested na NTFL CAC funds ay kung ito'y gustong gamitin para pang-vaccine ng COVID, wala pa akong problema dyan. Pero with all due respect, Mr. President, gusto ko lang pong i-underscore yung importance nitong pundo na ito sa problema natin sa insurgency. Una-una, Mr. President, pwede bang matanong yung ating good sponsor kung nakapanligaw ka na ba ng isang babae na meron ng matagal na boyfriend na gusto mong agawin yung babae? Ha?
Very, very incriminating naman po yung mga tanong ng Senator. Very incriminating.
Mr. President,
matatamaan po yung sagot natin. Bukod sa niligawan, pati yung nanligaw, medyo may tama rin.
Misa natin. Kung walang ma-deliver doon sa barangay, anong sabihin ng mga taong bayan doon? Alam niyo, napaka-importante po ang word of honor sa isang Pilipino. Yung pag nagsabi ka, dapat gawin mo. Eh ngayon, hindi magawa ng ating gobyerno dahil nawala itong pundo na ito. Anong sabihin ngayon ng mga taga-barangay? Mabuti pa, balik lang tayo sa NPA. Dahil nga, yung panahon ng NPA, ay meron tayong mga natatanggap sa NPA. Meron tayong mga project dyan sa NPA, mga kalabaw, mga kambing, pinapalagaan sa atin sa NPA, then nakikinabang tayo. Yung panahon ng NPA, kahit na yung tinuturo ng mga salugpungan schools ay puro hatred, puro galit sa gobyerno, paano makipaglaban sa gobyerno, pero at least ang ating mga kabataan ay natututong magbasa at sumulat dahil sa salubungan schools. Eh ngayon, hindi pala nyo gawa ng eskwelahan yung aming barangay. So ano ngayon? Wala kayong word of honor. So babalik kami sa NPA. So itong 50 years na marami nang namatay ng mga tauhan natin dito sa 50 years na laban na ito ay mawawalang saysay kung tanggalin natin itong punto na ito. This is the right time. Kumbaga nasa tuktok na tayo. Pag hindi tayo makarating sa tuktok, slide down tayo, babalik, the same problem will occur hanggang ako'y nag-retire na. Alam po niyo, Mr. President, bago ako naging senador, naging police ako, naging sundalo ako, at I have seen the horrors of war. I've been engaged in brutal war against the NPA. Ang dami ko ng taong namamatay. At napakasakit po kapag ikaw ay habang naglalakad ka sa bundok, tinanong ko yung isang tao, "Huy, meron bang NPA dyan?" Sabi ng nasalubong namin tao, "Wala sir, walang NPA." Maya-maya, pagdating ko sa unahan, pukpukan na, inambus na kami. Ang daming patay sa mga tauhan ko. Napakasakit po, isipin, na yung simpatiya ng ating mga tao whom we have sworn to serve and protect ay wala sa atin. Nandun sa kabila, sa kalaban. Dahil napabayaan sila. Wala mga project na binigay sa kanilang mga barangay. Hindi lang ramdam ang gobyerno doon sa kanilang lugar. Kaya, napakaganda po itong tsansa na ito. Ibigay na natin ito. Ibuhos na natin na ito para matapos itong problema na ito. Kung hindi pa matapos, ay at least mabawasan ang problema natin dito sa insurgency nito, Mr. President. Dahil alam po ninyo, magdagdag lang po ako, I've been doon sa ganong klaseng trabaho. Nung bata pa ako po yung pinaka-striking force ng Region 11. Kung saan may gulo ng NPA, Surigao Sur, sa Kumbal, Davao Norte, Davao Sur, hanggang South Cotabato. Ako po ang pinapadala doon, Mr. President. At hindi ko na mabilang kung ano mga tauhan kong namatay sa gira. Laban dyan sa NPA na yan. At ngayon nakikita ko na mayroon ng tsansa na matapos ito. Sana tulungan natin ang ating gobyerno. Yung pundo na ito, maliit lang naman ito kung ibigay natin to. Tulungan natin sila na matapos itong problema na ito. Kasi ako, Mr. President, nag-retire na ako sa pagiging pulis. I have done my job for the last 33 years. Hindi pa rin natapos ang problema sa NPA. Ngayon, hintayin ko ba na yung anak ko nag-graduate sa PNPA, makipaggira na naman sa NPA for another 50 years hanggang mag-retire siya sa serbisyo? Hindi pa rin ito matapos. Dahil nga, sabi nila, nung bata pa kami sa gira, sabi namin, ano bang gira na ito? Alam mo, pag nagkagira kami sa NPA, Mr. President, napakahirap. I-describe ko sa iyo kung gaano kahirap. Yung luha, yung pawis, luha, sipon, laway, naghalo-halo niya sa mukha mo during encounters. Pag ganun po kahirap. Napakahirap po, Mr. President. Dahil nga, kulang tayo ng suporta ng masa. Nawawala yung, this is a battle of winning the hearts and minds of the people. Ngayon, kung hindi natin ito ma-deliver, itong pinapromise natin mga projects, doon sa kabaranggayan, babalik at babalik yung mga tao, yung mga masa doon sa NPA. Remember, this is 822 barangays na matagal na nating niligawan. Nung pumayag sa atin, ang promise natin hindi pa deliver, babalikin na naman doon sa NPA, wala nang katapusan, Mr. President. Kawawa ang Pilipinas. Again, with all due respect, alam ko may punto yung ating mga kasamahan na nag-uupos dito sa pundong ito. Pero yun lang, binibigay ko lang yung importansya sa pundo na ito. Dapat na ibigay natin ito, Mr. President. Yun lang po,
Thank you.
Mr. Sponsor at Mr. President. Thank you po.
Thank
Thank
you,
you.
Senator De La Rosa. On a personal note, I would like to associate myself with the manifestation made by Senator De La Rosa.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Garo.
I'd like to thank the gentleman from Davao del Sur for his impassioned remarks, and those were the points I was trying to make, but he made them 10 times better, Your Honor, with emotion, with experience, and given his experience as in law enforcement, he and Senator Lacson are the champions for the peace and order and security sector, Your Honor. So talagang sila yung nakaranas niyan sa baba, Your Honor. Tayo, it's all theoretical and to us, no? Pero let's place on record that we have the longest armed insurgency, one of the longest armed insurgencies in the world, Your Honor. And I think madalas sinasabi, this is not going to be won through guns or through swords or through knives. And then ito na po yung sinasabi natin na it's a peaceful solution and a lasting solution. So sana nga magkaisa ho tayo dito. And again, we thank Senator De La Rosa for his very piercing and very relevant remarks. Thank you, Your Honor.
If I may add, Mr. President, if I may add.
Yes, good.
Very clear po yan, Mr. President, ha? Na sinasabi natin to end this local armed conflict with the communists, kailangan natin ang whole of nation approach at hindi lang po military solution. At itong NTF-LCAC funds na ito for Barangay Development Program ay hindi po ito pambili ng bala at baril para patayin ang mga NPA. Kundi ito ay mga socio-economic programs and projects para doon sa kabarangayan para makatulong sa mga tao doon. Ito na sinasabi namin noon nung bata pa kami, kahit panahon pa ni Senator Lacson. Sinasabi na habang nakipag-gira sa NPA. Ano ba itong gira na ito? Tayo na lang, military police ang pinabayaan sa gira, yung ibang gobyerno hindi nakikialam. Ito na yung mga pakialam ng gobyerno. Ito yung mga projects na ito. Hindi through guns and ammo, kundi through projects, infrastructure at social services na makarating sa ating mga barangay. Ito na po ang tsansa. Very clear po yan. Hindi yan baril at bala, kundi projects po yan. Kaya yung mga taga-kabila ay nagkukumahog na harangin itong, hindi yung mga legislator natin, ha, kundi yung kabila talaga. Lalo yung legal plans ng mga komunista, nagkukumahog na harangin itong punto na ito. Battle ito of winning the hearts and minds of the people. If the government can deliver what they promise to these barangays, then mananalo tayo. Isnabi na ng mga taong barangay yung mga NPA na yan. Hindi niya makapasok sa kanila. Hindi niya makabalik doon sa barangay na yan. 822 barangay, Mr. President. Yun lang. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Your Honor.
May I add, Mr. President? Tama sinabi ni Senator Bato. Hindi pang baby Armalite yan, pang baby oil.
Senator Lacson.
Thank you, Mr. President. And if I may reinforce the argument put forward by Senator De La Rosa, it is not the armed forces that will implement the programs or projects. Diretso po ito sa local government units. That's all, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you to Senator De La Rosa and to Vice Chair Ping Lacson, who chairs our Committee on Defense and National Defense, and to Senator De La Rosa, who chairs our Committee on Peace and Order, no? Peace and Order.
Public order.
Mr. President,
Order, yes.
before we recognize Senator Gordon who's next online, just a quick manifestation of support. My province of Bukidnon and Northern Mindanao is similarly situated to southern and eastern Mindanao. Marami po kaming problemang insurgency doon. Tama yung sinabi niya. I was a congressman for 9 years, and we used to go into barangays wherein when we sing the national anthem, hindi tumatayo. Kalahati ng crowd. Pag hindi tumatayo yan, boss, ang ibig sabihin yan, sa kabila yan. That's why even in these barangays at that time, that was in 1997 up to 2006, 2007, hindi ako makapasok dyan na may escort. Kasi nga, baka ma-ambush kami on the way or ma-ambush kami palabas. So I would be going there with barangay health workers. What we were pushing for even as early as that was sana the government agencies did their job, that it didn't have to come to this. We salute the national government now because they came up with a master list and a master program for these areas which should have actually been done, Mr. President, by the DPWH kung walang kalsada, by the DA kung kukulangan ng agricultural equipment or binhi or fertilizer, or the DSWD. As a matter of fact, there was a Kalay Seeds program which addressed the problem on insurgency areas. So saludo din po ako that they came up with a list for this. As long as, Mr. President, na under strict accountability rules pa rin yan. Yung ayaw lang natin po, baka maging puro training lang at lakbang aral. Baka dalhin po yung buong barangay lang sa Boracay. Yan ang ina-avoid natin.
Oh, there's
If
a
it's
menu.
for the, yeah, there's a menu.
There's a
If we
menu.
follow strictly the menu and there's an accountability, there's accountability on that, I believe this program will really work. Kasi tama yung sinabi ni Sen Bato eh. Pag umakit ka dun sa mga barangay, like in my place, in Kisawa, Ikibawe, talagang that is a 2-day hike. Wala pang kalsada noon. Ngayon, medyo hindi pa passable. Yung Santa Filomena in Quezon, talagang kawawa dyan yung police, military, panay bakbakan doon. So this may be the solution, Mr. President, and armed conflict is not the solution. The solution is anti-poverty measures. Tama po yan, Mr. President. We fully support them.
Mr. President, we share the thoughts and ideas of the majority leader on that, and we also say no to red tagging, but yes to development, and vote for Senator Mig Zubiri. Your Honor.
This is not for my re-election. This is for our country, Mr. President. Hi, my dear colleague in the seatmates.
All right,
group.
next.
The next in line, Mr. President, is a fellow seatmate. He is the youngest of us all, no other than Senator Richard Gordon.
Young at heart. Senator Richard Gordon is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you very much, Majority Floor Leader. If I may just make a comment, I agree with Senator De La Rosa that we really have to quell the insurgency. And sino bang ayaw maglagay ng mga daan at mga health center doon sa mga probinsya natin. Pero sa totoo lang po, narinig ko na po lahat yan ng mga nakaraang administrasyon. Marami ng administrasyon ang nagsabi niyan. Pero hindi nagagawa. That doesn't mean that we're not going to support it. I just want to make sure meron talaga mamamahala niyan na magagawa. Pangalawa, meron akong reservation dyan. Dahil nung araw, ang ginagawa, sinasabi naman ng military nung araw, ang panahon ng mga nakaraang administrasyon, maglilinis sila, tapos maglalagay sila ng mga ganyang eskwela. Tapos pag alis sila, dapat nag-iiwan sila ng mga nung araw, BSDU, small armed contingent para hindi malalapitan uli ng mga tinatawag nating insurgents. I wonder if these questions have been addressed because sayang naman yan, pagkapapalpak yan, we don't need our soldiers dying fighting our own countrymen, but there really must be an extra effort not only to make sure na yung barangay ay may health center, may mga eskwela, may mga karsada, may livelihood, but at the same time, another effort to try and reach out to the NPA that there is no more reason for them to fight because nagawin natin yan. And that is all my concern, Mr. President. I hope this should be taken into consideration by whoever is going to see to it that all these 820 barangays implemented properly and correctly para effective. That is all, Mr. President. And I just want to express I'm in full support of this measure. And I appreciate the heart-rending statement by my good friend Bato de la Rosa because I know how hard it is na lumaban, talaga naghahalo yung iyak at saka pawis at sabi nga ninyo yung sipon. Pero ang alam ko naghahalo, luha lang at saka yung at saka pawis. Pero bago yan yung sipon, hindi ko alam. But anyway, not to make, not to cast levity aside, I just want some assurance na sana may mangyayari dyan na talagang may mga ngasiwa para talagang aabot at aabot yan sa mga lugar na tinutukoy natin. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
We thank the gentleman from Zambales, who's one of the biggest advocates and one of the biggest doers in terms of development, Your Honor. It's something he clearly understands along with our other colleagues. Thank you, Your Honor.
The next is
Is there an answer, sir, to my question? Is there going to be somebody who's going to be in charge of this? Or is it going to be COA Ole? Or overseeing it will be a national task force to end local communist armed conflict? Who might
Your
these
Honor, it's the
people be?
DILG. It's the DILG who will monitor the implementation of the program.
But let us make sure that the DILG will do so, because they've been there for a long time, and this should have been done a long, long time ago. But if we're doing this now, the DILG better have the structure and the leadership to make sure that they will really bird dog this program para talagang hindi masayang ang pera. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you.
All right,
thank you, Your Honor. Very good points. We will convey that to the DILG. We hear their budget tomorrow. And I think Secretary Anyo is a no-nonsense head of the department who is suited to implement this kind of program, Your Honor. Thank you.
Besides, the Committee on Local Government and also the Committee on Public Order, Committee on Local Government and Committee on National Events have oversight functions over them.
That's a good point, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Yes,
Thank
we
you.
have no less than Senator De La Rosa and Senator Tolentino and Senator Lacson.
Yes, Your Honor.
So next in line is Senator Hontiveros. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President. Let's start na ba? Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to ask some questions first about the budget of the NDRRMC under the DBM.
Yes, please.
Thank
Most
you.
willing, certainly, to our Committee Vice Chair, Senator Risa. Thank you.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. When Typhoon Rolly struck, I was deeply concerned about how our most vulnerable communities could deal with a situation in which the hazards of the pandemic and its stringent physical distancing requirements would meet the hazards of nature. Hindi pwede na ang ating mga evacuation centers ay maging hotbeds ng COVID-19. At the same time, kailangan din ng special evacuation plans in case ang mga pasyente ng COVID-19 isolation centers na mga positive sa COVID ang kailangang ilikas. In Hyderabad, India, for example, Mr. Chair, at least 90 evacuees tested positive for COVID when torrential rains displaced 3,000 people. In Bangladesh, 276 refugees in evacuation centers tested positive. Nung nanalasan na yung bagyong Ulysses, lalong umigting ang pangangamba ko, with hundreds of thousands of families displaced and in evacuation centers. I worry about the capacities of our LGUs and emergency response systems to deal with these intersecting problems of disaster and COVID. So just some questions, Mr. Chairman, seeking information, and then a question on a possible amendment to the NDRRMC special provision. So first, Mr. Chairman, could you please update the chamber on our baseline data, particularly how many families are now in evacuation centers, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President?
There is a grand total of 77,875 families in evacuation centers as of, is that today? As of today, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So if we just multiply that by an average of 5 members per family, that's possibly about more than 300,000 people or more than 350,000 Filipinos in evacuation centers. And Mr. Chairman, how many evacuation centers do we have, particularly in the provinces of Cagayan, Isabela, and Rizal, plus the city of Marikina, Mr. Chairman?
Her Honor is correct that that would be over 300,000 persons, 304,000 approximately, Your Honor. And there are, regarding the evacuation centers in Cagayan province, there are 115 evacuation centers. In Isabela, there are 48 evacuation centers. And for Marikina City, there are 23 evacuation centers, Your Honor.
And for the province of Rizal, please, Mr. Chairman.
For Rizal, There are 95 evacuation centers, Your Honor.
95. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So for this average of 260 plus evacuation centers, how many of them, Mr. Chairman, are not schools or barangay halls?
We're retrieving the data, begging your indulgence, Your
Thank you,
Honor.
Mr. Chairman. That's all right po. Pwede naman nating balikan yan. I'm simply trying to...
For Cagayan,
Yes,
Your
thank you, Mr.
Honor,
Chairman.
with your indulgence, Your Honor, in Cagayan,
Opo.
there of the 100 evacuation centers, 100 plus evacuation centers, 22 are not schools or barangay halls, Your Honor. They are gyms, old buildings, and municipal halls, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll just await the further details from NDRMC about the non-school and barangay hall evacuation centers in the three other areas. And is it true, Mr. Chairman, that in Marikina City, all of those 23 evacuation centers are now full? I'm basing this question, Mr. Chairman, on information from the UN OCHA, or Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs, at least as of November 12, Mr. Chairman.
In Marikina, Your Honor, while we are awaiting a direct response to the question of Her Honor, whether they are full, just to place on record, there are 3,493 families or 14,877 persons in the 23 evacuation centers. And we're still waiting if they are full, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
If it's all right, could we go to the next
Mr. Chairman.
question, Your
yes,
Honor?
Please.
Is that
Okay,
all right?
salamat po. Very all right po. And have the schools and barangay halls, so turning now to the schools and barangay halls, have those structures used as evacuation centers now been retrofitted to become suitable for evacuation? For example, Mr. Chair, do they have adequate water and sanitation facilities? And are they also gender sensitive, Mr. Chairman?
The DSWD assured us that the evacuation centers are child-friendly, both child-friendly and gender-sensitive, Your Honor. As to the issue of retrofitting, some of the school buildings used as evacuation centers were retrofitted and newly constructed, while some were not, Your Honor. Maybe we can await that exact data as to that. But thankfully, there were no reported damages in the said schools, Your Honor.
That's good, Mr. Chairman. For those schools and barangay halls now being used as evacuation centers, which were retrofitted, or even the others, do they have adequate water and sanitation facilities?
That is one of the concerns. Apparently, water is scarce, Your Honor. That's why they sounded the call for donors to prioritize the giving of water, Your Honor. But as an immediate response, the Department of Health and members of the health cluster have recommended some kind of water rationing in order to ensure some water for those inside the evacuation centers, Your Honor.
Water rationing within the evacuation centers, Mr. Chairman?
Water rationing, I suppose, in the immediate community, Your Honor. So to ensure there is some water reserved for those inside the evacuation centers.
I see. So that there's some sharing from the general community to the residents, evacuees who are in the evacuation centers, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Chairman, could you confirm a November 15 report in the Philippine Star that in Tuguegarao, where 11,392 families in 24 municipalities had to evacuate, that there were only 2 evacuation centers in the city, at least at that point of evacuation, one in the East Central School and another maintained by the Catholic Church?
Tuguegarao City. Tuguegarao City. Are there only 2 evacuation centers in the city? we are finding out if it's true that there are only 2 for the entire Tuguegarao City, Your Honor. But for
Alright, Mr.
Cagayan, there are
15.
115, Your
Opo.
Honor.
Yes. And then, if I may ask a related question, Mr. Chairman, sa Albay naman po, it was reported that one of the public schools in Tabaco, which served as an evacuation center, was itself hit by Typhoon Rolly. So, doesn't this underscore the need, Mr. Chairman, for more funding for evacuation centers and evacuation centers that are purposely designed for disaster?
I think you're 100% correct, Your Honor, in that sense, because the moment the safe havens themselves cease to become safe havens, then we're in trouble, Your Honor, because
Exactly, Mr. Chairman.
these are our last resorts in these communities, Your Honor.
And in fact, it's another and positive way of asking who will guard the guards. Kasi di ba precisely as the chair said, sa evacuation centers, dapat ligtas tayo. Pero kapag sila mismo ang na-damage, nagiging dobleng problema. And therefore, Mr. Chair, my next question, which is a proposal at the proper time to amend the special provision, is underpinned by the reality that now more than ever, we need to focus actually on our preemptive response, on our preparedness. Kasama sa preparedness, ang adequate evacuation centers, plus interlocal coordination and sharing of evacuation facilities. So katulad ng sabi ng chair, ginagawa sa Tuguegarao, some kind of water sharing between the city as a whole at yung nasa evacuation centers. I'm sorry, I think the chair mentioned this in Marikina. So in addition to that, more broadly, sharing of evacuation facilities, plus regular drills and simulation exercises for evacuation, for flooding, plus early warning systems. So just thinking ahead, Mr. Chair, would the chair be amenable at the proper time to add this phrase in the NDRRMF Calamities Fund Special Provision? The phrase, quote, disaster risk reduction or mitigation, prevention and preparedness activities such as, but not limited to, training of personnel, procurement of equipment, and capital expenditures, including the upgrading, improvement, and construction of evacuation centers in poor and or highly vulnerable LGUs, where vulnerability is indicated using both historical and probabilistic hazard maps, Mr. Chairman.
We would be open to that, Your Honor, very open to that particular, very specific and well-intentioned amendment of Her Honor. And if I may add, Your Honor, to the earlier question, we have a response now regarding if there are only 2 evacuation centers in Tuguegarao City. We were told there are 25, Your Honor, in the city of Tuguegarao.
Much better po since November 15. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So much better. At least in number. So at least mas ma-target din kapag eventually matanggap ng chair yung special provision for that to be implemented, that policy to be implemented, including in Tuguegarao City. And thank you so much, Chair, dun sa pagiging bukas nyo sa proposed special provision na iyon. The phrase, actually that proposed phrase, until the words capital expenditure, was already in our 2020 GAA, but was not carried over yet in the 2021 GAB. While the current wording in the 2021 GAB says includes pre-disaster activities, these pre-disaster activities, Mr. Chair, don't yet take into account the breadth of preparedness and prevention protocols. And I also note for the record, Mr. Chair, that RA number 10121 or the DRRM Act of 2010 provides that the NDRRMC fund should be used for prevention, mitigation, preparedness, relief, and recovery. Ngunit tila nawala at least hanggang sa ngayon ang ganitong wording sa special provision for GAB 2021. So salamat, Mr. Chair, sa openness to that proposed special provision. If the Chair would allow, I just have a last manifestation on something I had started to propose in our was it NEDA budget, but yes. So, but which I'd like to present for the chair's consideration now for
Please, Your Honor.
the DBM. Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I prematurely started to express earlier, I've read with interest certain reports over the past 2 weeks. Oh, no, this is for DOF. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. I had said earlier I would propose it during our DOF budget debate. So I will suspend this again for now.
Then we'll
Just
be
come back
ready at any
in the
rate
queue for
whenever you want
DOF.
to propose it, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Just lastly, before I end my interpellation of the DBM budget, just to reiterate, Mr. Chair, what I had asked during the NEDA budget debate earlier, would the DBM welcome NEDA's participation in its internal budget hearings, Mr. Chairman?
We're consulting the DBM.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
According to the DBM representative, they are invited yearly, but it just so happened because of the COVID pandemic, they did not conduct extensive technical meetings before the budget, Your Honor, I think. But perhaps we could suggest to them to do that next year or for the succeeding year's national expenditure program, Your Honor.
Yes, please, Mr. Chair. Maraming salamat. It would have been even better if they had participated this year. Lalo na nga po nasa gitna tayo ng precisely ng pandemic. But definitely their greater participation will be even more valuable moving forward as we move out of the pandemic and design and move into the new normal for our health and economic systems both. So maraming salamat, Mr. Chair, at salamat din po sa DBM. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much to our Vice Chair, Senator Risa, for her very constructive proposals, Your Honor.
Mr. President, Senator Gordon rather is raising his hands.
Yes, but before we recognize Senator Gordon, I just remembered a point raised by Senator Gordon before. And I keep on hearing it today. And I'm, call me old school, but please refrain from using Mr. Chair. Because chairman, the person is not a chair. I don't know sino nag-uso dito nung araw pa yan eh. But calling somebody Mr. Chair. Besides, you have to address the presiding officer, not the chairman. Nevertheless, I've been hearing it all over. Even sa mga hearing, naririnig ko rin eh. It was already pointed out by Senator Gordon before. And it doesn't sound really good, really. I hope those monitoring us from the public will realize that perhaps it's just the way to shortcut it. But please, let's avoid using that. You can always say, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, yes, Mr. President.
Oh, Senator Gordon.
Senator Gordon, yes, Mr. President.
Senator Gordon.
Mr. Chairman, emphasis on the man. We don't have wooden hearts, Mr. President. That's why I really thank you for reminding everybody about that. The dignity is by the title itself. Now, Mr. President, with the permission of Senator Montiveros, I just want to follow up. Just a very short follow-up, Mr. President. I think it's about time that, number one, we create a new building code that will change the designs of our schools. For example, in Pinatubo, we learned that we should have A-frame houses near volcanic eruptions because the ash will slide down the A-frame, Mr. President. Or for that matter, if they're in the lahar area, houses should be built on stilts because the lahar can pass underneath the high stilts, Your Honor. In the case of our schools, Mr. President, which are really double up as evacuation centers, and from my experience of 53 years in the Red Cross, Mr. President, I think that our schools must have showers in every room, Mr. President, for example. That would help a lot. a toilet in every room. They have that, but they're very, very small. I don't know if you have noticed that. When I was in Marikina during Ondoy, Mr. President, we rebuilt schools there and we put a shower for every classroom that we built outside and with enclosure. I think what I'm trying to drive at, Mr. President, ay yung design ng ating mga eskwela. Dapat mas matibay na. Kasi mas maganda kung matibay, hindi tayo uulit magtatrabaho. Nagigiba yung eskwela eh. Pag pumunta kayo sa Catanduanes, gibang-gibaho yung eskwela. Sa Laguna, nakita ko, ginawa namin, bigla na lang para makatapos yung eskwela kagad, ilagyan muna namin ng sawali. But in the long run, Mr. President, I think there must be a caveat from the Senate and an instruction from the Senate to a national building code that there must be a national plan to build, ito sinasabi natin, build better, build stronger. Slogan lang ho yan. Kailangan talaga pakita natin kung ano ang gagawin natin mga build para magagamit natin at yung kinangyayari, nagagawa pa tayo ng evacuation center. Sa totoo lang, kung matibay yung eskwela, hindi masisira yung eskwela kahit natirahan. At dapat marami doon, talagang ideal sila na ilalagay yung mga tao, na ihiwalay yung gender protection, nagagawa yung mga nanay na naglalactate, nagbibigay ng gatas, naihiwalay. At dapat merong proseso dyan na parang may bidel na sinasabi ko sino nakatira doon sa isang kwarto para malalaman natin kung may mangyayari doon, Mr. President. So yun lang ho, just to follow up the excellent suggestions that I heard, I think it might be shortcutting the issue. We don't have to build every time there's a typhoon kung matitibay talaga at built to last at malaki na talaga yung ating mga eskwela. Hindi yung talagang civil minimums. I call it civil minimums para makarami. Naglalagay tayo ng civil minimums, lahat may eskwela. Marami nga, pero marurupok, isang buga, durog kagad. I've been to Catanduanes, Mr. President, makita nyo, giba lahat kagad. Kaya pati kami, yung mga iyero namin, mabigat na ho talaga ang nilalagay namin. Hindi yung parang pagka yung mga iyero binagawa natin, pag nilipad, parang labaha. Mapuputo lang ulo ng tao and that has been known to happen. Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Chair, for your kindness. Thank you.
Mr. President.
Thank you to Senator Gordon for his suggestion. And I think maybe perhaps it is time to amend the building code, Your Honor, which is a 1977 law. And I'd like to inform the body and Senator Gordon that his proposal for classrooms to have showers has a big supporter in Majority Leader Zubiri, Your Honor.
Mr. President, I would
Cayetano was seeking the
Yes.
floor.
I would like to respond
before I recognize
on behalf
you-
of our chair as his vice chair
Oh.
for the budget of education
Yes,
to
please
respond
go
to the
ahead.
questions of Senator,
ahead,
the points raised by Senator Dick Gordon very briefly. May I?
Yes, please go ahead, Vice Chair Cayetano, who's in charge of the DepEd and the
Did I
SOCs,
lose
Your Honor.
connection? I can't hear anyone.
Yes, please go ahead, Your Honor. Please go ahead.
I think there's a
Is Majority
bit of
Leader
a-
Senator Pia still online?
I believe she's having technical difficulties, Mr. President. While we're waiting for her to come back, Mr. President,
I lost
if you need-
connection in my other
There
device.
she is.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, okay.
Ma'am.
On behalf of our chair, may I give a quick response to the concerns that were raised by Senator Gordon?
Yes, please. Yes, please, Your Honor. Please, to our Vice Chair in charge of DepEd and SOCs, Your Honor, and CHED.
I think my signal is really bad.
Please go ahead, Your Honor. Please go ahead, Senator Pia. Please go ahead. Go ahead, Your Honor.
Can you hear me?
Papainigdan natin si Pia.
Yes, we can hear you, Your Honor. We can hear you. Please go ahead.
If I may have the floor, Mr. President,
Senator Gordon, go ahead.
I think we can refer to the chairman. We don't have to call chairwoman. We can say chairperson, Mr. President. That would really be solve a lot of problems of discomfort, Mr. President. That's all I wanted to say. Siningit ko ngayon para hindi naman tayo masyadong gender preference natin sa mga lalaking katulad natin. Thank you.
She can hear us. She's welcome
Yes.
to intervene anytime, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you. Just very briefly, I'm happy to report that as early as the budget of 2020, so last year, the DepEd has already re-evaluated, and the costing that they have for their classroom is different because these are already supposed to be classrooms that are more resilient. At the proper time, when I defend the budget, I can give you the figures, I can give you the description, but I noted that it was so much more expensive precisely for that reason, I was told. And the budget now includes bathrooms. A lot of times we would have these lengthy discussions on more classrooms. It would never take into considerations the number of bathrooms that should accompany every additional classroom. So now that is actually included. As for showers, it is not. So that is something that perhaps we can include. And on the point raised by His Honor Senator Gordon on the importance of women having a lactation area, that is actually required by Republic Act 10821 on the Children Emergency Protection Act. And as soon as we passed that law, DSWD came up with the guidelines that require it. In many of my visits over the years to evacuation centers, I have noticed that they are implementing it, but I am certain that there would be some gaps and lapses, but that would be on the implementation. I know that the SWD has come out with those requirements. So that's all, Mr. President and Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. Very useful information from Senator Pia. Thank you.
And just to continue, Mr. President, also to join the chairman of the Red Cross, our colleague, Senator Gordon, I promised as well to take this up during the budget deliberations as a rejoinder to Senator Gordon. Yes, there is a big clamor in Kamsur. We were there yesterday in Albay. The governors, both governors, Mix Villafuerte and Governor Bichara, were telling us to review the building code and allow them to spend more on the government centers and classroom buildings for stronger infrastructure design. Sabi nga nila, kung pwede wala ng bubong kasi lumilipad daw yung bubong taon-taon, buwan-buwan kung tinatamaan sila. Ang request nga nila ay kung pwede slab na. But they're not allowed to spend more because under COA rules and regulations, there's a general amount for a classroom building. If I'm not mistaken, for a single detached classroom building, it's 1.5 to 2 million. And it's not enough to be able to build a stronger classroom. So I will raise this issue when the Department of Public Works and Highways comes on board and the DepEd as well as other pertinent agencies. But for the DBM, and I know they're listening now, I see several directors and undersecretaries, baka in typhoon-prone areas, Mr. President, pwede na nila gawin ng panibagong building design ang ating local governments doon at yung national government projects galing sa DPWH. Kasi kung hindi, you'll spend every year, we'll be spending repair after repair after repair. It may be more prudent, more efficient if we build better buildings that would stand 250 to 300 kilometer winds. The DepEd kasi, Mr. President, Mr. Chairperson, the DepEd and the DPWH told them that the building designs could withstand up to 150 kilometer per hour winds. However, if you notice, due to climate change, it is now up to 200 kilometer per hour winds. Kaya lumilipad po yung bubong nila. Just a reminder to the DBM, let's finally make it happen. Let's finally make it right, Mr. President. Under this administration, that we had come up with a new design for typhoon and calamity-stricken areas, Mr. President. I will be remiss if I don't say this now because I promised them yesterday that I will take this up during the budget deliberations.
We agree. We share the remarks of both Senator Gordon and our Majority Leader, Mr. President. In fact, if I recall correctly, Typhoon Rolly was measured at 190 or 195 kilometers per hour and maintained that velocity for the first few hours, Your Honor. So perhaps we really have to adjust, as mentioned by our majority leader, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, because we flew over Catanduanes last Sunday, Saturday, Mr. President. Halos walang bahay na iwan, walang struktura na iwan. Ang naiwan yung sementeryo, kompleto. Yung mga pansyon, tsaka mausoleum, na slab lahat. That's the sad part about it, Mr. President. So, without further ado, after our distinguished colleague, Senator Ontiveros, may we recognize Senator Marcos, Mr. President.
Senator Marcos is recognized.
Yes, Mr. President, I have no questions for our good chairman, and I will merely be submitting amendments at the proper time. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate the manifestation of our Vice Chair, Senator Marcos, and we look forward to her amendments, and we hope she enjoyed her birthday, albeit it was a rainy day that day, Your Honor. Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you very much.
Thank you to Senator Marcos. Next to interpolate is a distinguished colleague from Taguig, Senator Pia Cayetano, Mr. President.
Senator Pia Cayetano is recognized. Thank you for the eggs.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I committed to my
also for the eggs.
As I committed to my chairman, I will not be interpolating. I will just spread into the record some of my concerns. As long as the agency heads would hear this, I am happy with that. And to the extent that it may be the basis for some proposed amendments, I will just be putting it on record so the chair can hear it. Thank you. I will proceed with his honor's permission.
Yes,
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you. Please go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, we recognize that the job of our DBM secretary is not an easy one. The allocation of very scarce resources is definitely a difficult task. Nevertheless, and I ask for everyone's indulgence, I will repeat, we have the SDGs which were formulated worldwide. The Philippines was part of it in formulating these guidelines. So it's not very difficult. I have quite a high level of frustration because our discussion shift to one disaster or one problem that we are faced with to another, depending on what happens at the time we have our debates. But if we would be able to stick and to support the Sustainable Development Goals and use foresight in determining what are the likelihoods of a more immediate crisis hitting us, it would be not as difficult to allocate those scarce resources. So I would begin with an example. Thankfully, we have more time to prepare. This is not even for the 2021 budget, but I am mentioning it now so that 365 days from now, our chairman will have an easier time, hopefully, with this issue. The Mandanas ruling will come into effect in 2022. And my proposal is, to spread into the record for our audience who do not know what that is, no, the Mandanas ruling would require that the national government release some more than 1 trillion pesos now to the LGU. So they would now have additional budget. And my proposal would be that the use of this budget, with all due respect to their autonomy and still respecting that autonomy, be dedicated specifically to SDGs. I have attended World Bank forums wherein there are certain countries that require that for every budget that is proposed, it should be directly attributable to the accomplishment of a sustainable development goal. So that should be our guide. I wanted to keep it short earlier when I also made my manifestation with NEDA, but I failed to emphasize that point also, that when we allocate resources, when we look at where we put in funding for development, it's easy. It should not be that difficult to put a number to it, put a budget to it, and to see how far this takes us in terms of achieving our sustainable development goals. No, because patong-patong na yun. And when we look at sustainable communities, affected doon ang access to clean water. We're talking about unavailability of water now. Affected doon ang hunger because they're hungry now because wala silang livelihood, na cut off yung kanilang access to their food. So aside from the fact na education is very much impaired because of COVID. So I can go on and on how integrated these SDGs are. Huwag na natin pahirapan yung sarili natin by funding the SDG studies so that we can come up with our priorities each year. Another issue directly related to this, Mr. Chairman, is the limit on the spending for personal services. I'm sure our colleagues have all had discussions with LGU representatives who will tell us that tali ang kamay nila. So like now, even in the time of COVID, a lot of them cannot even hire the needed health personnel because they're already at their limit for the personal services. So how do we address this? Every year we go through this. And then nadja-job order din yung iba sa kanila or they don't even hire at all. So we won't be able to empower the LGUs to make the decisions that they need to make if we do not address this perennial problem. Speaking of sustainable cities, I cannot help but mention a sustainable city model, and that is no less than New Clark City. ADB has released a video that they used to promote themselves actually, because as the financial advisors of New Clark City, pinagyayabang nila itong PPP model. And New Clark City is actually climate change resilient. I do not know of any other city that in our country that can make that claim na climate change resilient sila. So it's a model that we should be looking into rather than criticizing at this point, Mr. President. And I hope that this is something that can be further emulated because all over the world, it's being used as a model by ADB. My final point, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, is in relation to MMDA, as I understand that MMDA is under DBM. In the last few months, we have been discussing, or at least it has been in the news, about our mass transportation system. And more details on this obviously would be better discussed in the budget of DOTR. But insofar as MMDA is concerned and EDSA, I need to put that on record because clearly we all know that EDSA is the main artery of Metro Manila. And we have the bus rapid transit, which I think is kind of in limbo. I was so excited because in the early days, this was supposed to take off, and I don't really know. I don't expect a reply. I will get that from the OTR directly. But I'm putting that out there because partnered with the bus rapid transit is also water vehicles in the Pasig River, and something that I believe is close to the heart of our majority floor leader, because last year he delivered a very moving speech on the need for walkways on EDSA. And that is something I also support. I do not know where the budget is on that now. I understand that there's a bit of resistance on the part of DBM. I wouldn't know why, but the reason really, I cannot understand why we cannot start funding. If I recall, the majority floor leader said it was, or maybe during follow-up calls I made to MMDA, we are just in the feasibility study part. And this walkway would not only decongest Metro Manila traffic, but it would also address pollution. It would also be a means of escaping floods because elevated itong mga walkways. So I want to just point that out, and because I know that the secretaries are very open to hearing our comments, I can just call them directly, Mr. Chairman. But I wanted to spread these concerns of mine on the record and hope that we can start funding the study for this. Because if we don't start now, we will never start. Thank you, Mr. President and Mr. Chairman.
Mr. President, thank you for our Senior Vice Chair's very important remarks, and I take note of her advocacies on sustainable cities. I note she's the principal author of the transport bill, which I remember when she took a break to go to the House, I asked her permission to file it here in the Senate. So we are in agreement with her ideas to make our cities more livable, and with the majority leader to have walkways. I remember that speech very well. It had a very good PowerPoint presentation as well. Mr. President, with pictures and the handsome
Yes.
face of our majority leader, Your Honor. And what else? Regarding the local government code, I think the PS restriction is in the local government code, Your Honor. So perhaps we could make representations with our colleague, Senator Francis Tolentino, who is the chair of the local government committee and who's a former local chief executive. Perhaps they could revisit these legal provisions, Your Honor. I hope I tackled some of the provisions, but they're all very well taken. And because I think of the breadth and the width of the suggestions, it's something we really have to look at very comprehensively, Your Honor.
Mr. President, may I just like to thank, I'd just like to thank Senator Pia Cayetano for bringing this up and for reminding me. Thank you very much, Madam Senator, because I spoke to the MMDA and they don't need a study. The study, I think, is the DOTR. When I spoke with the MMDA, they're very gung-ho. They said, give us the funds, we'll build it. We already have a design. So, yun lamang po, Mr. Chairperson, baka pwede tayong maglambing sa DBM kung meron pang pondong mahanapan, mapondohan na. Di naman billion siguro. Maybe 50 million or 100 million, maumpisahan lang. Maybe the Ortigas to, maybe the whole Ortigas area, or maybe Makati to Ortigas, or Guadalupe to Ortigas, para maumpisahan lang, Mr. Chairperson. Dahil according to GM Jojo Garcia, we spoke recently, he said, son, we are ready. Give us the budget, we'll implement. I think there's a problem now, who will implement? Is it the DOTR, the MMDA, or the DPWH? But this is our dream is to be similar to Iloilo for Metro Manila. And I know the distinguished minority floor leader is listening. If you see Iloilo today with their bike lanes and their 8-lane highways, of course, with a lot of vision coming from the minority floor leader, it's so envious, Mr. President. We can do the same actually for EDSA. There are very similar situated plans for EDSA. We just have to fund it and execute it, Mr. President, with the permission of the DBM, because what we're worried is we insert a fund there, they will delete the fund, or they will FLR it, or they will not release it. Sayang naman po. Sana we could come into terms with the DBM to allow such visionary projects for EDSA. Para get out of the status quo, Mr. President. So
Your
that's
Honor,
all, Mr. President.
if the majority leader will permit, in response to his, there is a 1 billion allotment under the DOTR entitled EDSA Greenways Project. So,
For 2021?
yes, for 2021,
Oh, that's
Your Honor.
good. That's
So-
good news.
And I
That's
think
good news.
our colleague, Senator Grace po, also made an amendment for cities to have greening or parkways, more parkways and green spaces, Your Honor.
Oh,
That
that's
the
wonderful
committee
news.
accepted, Your Honor. So I think this goes in line with the majority leaders and Senator Cayetano's thinking, Your Honor.
Yeah, that's wonderful news, and I'm sure myself and Senator Cayetano will be monitoring the development of this. Mr. President, the next in line to
President.
interpolate is our minority floor leader. Don't worry, sir. I was about to recognize you. Because online is Senator Recto, but we skipped Senator Drilon as he wasn't ready at the time, but he's now ready to interpolate, Mr. President. May we recognize our distinguished minority floor leader, Senator Franklin Drilon, Mr. President.
All right, the minority leader, Senator Frank Drilon is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Before I ask our good sponsor to once more yield, let me state of the record my appreciation for the commendation and the citation of the majority leader of the conditions or the improvements that we were able to execute in Iloilo City. Indeed, we anticipated the vision of Senator Cayetano. We have bike lanes which are segregated and elevated so that it's very safe, surrounded by safety marks. And indeed, we will continue as long as we have the funds to improve. In any case, Mr. President, will the gentleman sponsor once more yield to some questions from this representation?
Always, all the time, to our distinguished minority leader. But first, let me ask him why he did not return the compliment to the majority leader, Your Honor.
No, the majority leader does not need to be complimented.
I'm just kidding, Your Honor. I'm just kidding.
Yes.
The compliments of Senator Drilon will come in May of 2022.
There,
Ah.
yes. I believe you. I believe you, Your Honor. That's a very
Mr.
powerful
President,
endorsement, Your Honor.
you can make that of record.
No, see.
Yes, Mr. President. First, just for the record, this portion of the interpolation would include the lump sum funds that we have in the budget managed by the DBM. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. Now, first on the INDRIM, or the National Disaster Risk Reduction Management Fund, we noticed, examining the budgets, that the interim budget would fluctuate from year to year. It was 38 billion in 2016, 15.7 billion in 2017, 19.6 billion in 2018, 20 billion in 2019, 60 billion in the current budget. First, does the gentleman sponsor confirm that, Mr. President?
I think, yes, there is from recent years, which those are the years I have been acquainted with, Your Honor. I think the gentleman is correct.
May we know, therefore, what is the standard used by the DBM in coming up with the proposed calamity fund in the budget? Because we're just wondering, not that we have any objection at this stage, but we're just wondering on what basis is the fund fixed?
Your Honor, I think they look at the usage, the utilization rate. Just like the committee, when we debate the fund, we are looking at the status of the fund at that point in time, and we more or less try to anticipate what the needs will be for the following year. But you're right. Perhaps we need to spell out the criteria and be more definite. And I think you were one of the senators who called for an increase in the NDRIM fund, and the committee has made some changes, and it would be receptive to even more changes in view of recent events, Your Honor.
Yes, let me come to that later on. But for the current budget, we noticed that the NDRIM has a budget of 16 billion now. Is it correct? Is my research correct? The 13.8 billion of the 16 billion was realigned to DPWH? Or is this not the correct fact? We don't know. We're trying to confirm. Because we recall the President pro tempore saying that only 8.6 billion remains in the calamity fund as of November 13. But our research indicates that of the 16 billion in 2020, 13.8 billion was realigned to DPWH. We're not sure though. May we know what is the real fact, Mr. President? Has it been realigned?
Was it realigned? The DBM has informed us that there's been no realignment from the NDRIM fund to DPWH, Your Honor.
Okay, we just wanted. We're not sure. So there is no realignment. It's I don't know how much remained of the budget for 2020 in the interim, but since it is I assume that the figure that the good Senate President pro tempore mentioned of 8.6 billion as remaining in the calamity fund is confirmed.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay. Now, the good majority leader was in the headline today. Well, not really headline, but lead story in the media, which said, quote, Zubiri used part of the 19 billion anti-red fund for relief. And indeed, I support the proposition of the majority leader. This really shows the statesmanship of Senator Zubiri, which deserves him our support in the next election. Malayo pa, sasabihin na natin. But having said that, Mr. President, a number of those number of municipalities which suffered in the recent typhoons, many of them would have barangays included in the 822 barangays listed by the task force LCAC, NTF LCAC. Would the gentleman confirm that?
In Kalinga, for instance, there is one barangay that is included. In Mountain Province, which was also suffered landslides, also just one barangay, Your Honor. In Cagayan, there are 6 barangays which are included in the LCAC list. In Bulacan, there is 1 barangay, Your Honor. In Quezon, 16 barangays. Batangas, 11. Rizal, 3. In the 2 Mindoros, there is 17, Your Honor. In Cam Norte, there is 8. And in Sorsogon, there are 16. For Iloilo, there are 42, Your Honor. And for Negros Occidental, there are 26. Antique 2, Capiz 4, Northern Samar 6, and Davao City 82, Your Honor. Among those affected by recent typhoons.
Yes. So would the gentleman sponsor be open to the statement of the majority leader that part of the 19 billion anti-red fund should be devoted for calamity relief to the 822 barangays or whichever is affected? We don't have to be very specific, but just the concept of the part of the anti-red fund be used for relief because it will serve the same purpose. The insurgency would certainly worsen if the calamity funds are not immediately injected into these barangays. If they are, it will serve the purpose of maintaining the cleared barangays, and if not, it will certainly assist the government in having these barangays, open close quote, return to the fold. Would the gentleman agree with that? And at the appropriate time, the majority leader, will he support the proposal of the majority leader to use part of the 19 billion anti-relief, anti-fund relief, anti-red fund for relief? I'm surprised.
I think the majority leader is about to say he was misquoted, Your Honor.
No. Actually, no. I will not take back what I had said. I was being interviewed in DZRH the other day, and the question was raised: if there's a lack of funding, are you willing to give the funds for the anti-insurgency to the relief efforts coming from these areas? I was shocked with what I saw. Bit distressed from what I saw. Obviously, my answer was yes. If there's no additional funding that we can find, maybe we can get a partial portion of that for the rehabilitation. When I say portion, and that's why in the statement that I made in the newspaper, I said the fund is important. The anti-insurgency fund is important because many of these barangays really need the additional funding for development and anti-poverty measures. So lay the predicate is that I'm all right with that fund. I'm all right with the utilization of a fund for that purpose. However, if we do not have any more funds available where we can tap, maybe we can share a portion of that. Anyway, since the areas that were hit are highly susceptible to insurgency, Yung Bicol, alam po natin yung Bicol has a big insurgency problem. You're talking about Catanduanes, Albay, Sorsogon. I mentioned Sorsogon. I was there yesterday, Saturday. And Kamsur also has a problem with insurgency. So it jives with the program of government. Sana mauna nga sila marilisan. And I agree with the good minority floor leader. Maybe we can work out an amendment where these projects will help with the anti-poverty programs in the typhoon hit areas. Because even in the north, Mr. President, Cagayan Valley together with Isabela is also prone to insurgency. Thank you, Mr. President.
Yeah, thank you to the majority leader for his response. And in response to the minority leader's query, yes, there is an openness or a willingness to on this representation's part to hear out the ideas of both the minority and the majority leader, Your Honor. Pag nagsama po yung dalawang yan, mahirap na po humindi.
Maraming salamat po. Now, in fact, I just picked up the idea from the majority leader. We are not. It is not a reduction, in fact, of the anti-insurgency fund. It is not a reduction. It is just a conscious dedication of the portion of the funds necessary to those as calamity fund for those affected by the typhoon. And if we are saying that we have a nationwide problem on insurgency, then tatamaan po yung magbebenepisyo po kahit saan natin ilagay ito. Lalo na pag ilagay natin ang pundo doon po sa tamaan ng bagyo. In fact, the good sponsor earlier in response to the questions of Senator Recto, I don't know which one, but according to the record, 82 billion lost in our productivity, in our economy, on our infrastructure, etc. 82 billion for the last 3 typhoons. So really, we need all the funds there. And I will repeat, we're saying that the anti-insurgency fund, a part of it could be used for the calamity areas as part of the 822 barangays. I'm glad that the good sponsor has manifested openness to this. Also, Mr. President, you know, when we heard the budget of the Department of Housing, they needed 30 billion pesos to build houses for the needy. Our total shortfall is 6.4 million units. 6.4 million units. The need for anywhere from 25 to 30 billion will just answer for a part of these housing needs. Because if we do not address this, it's become worse and worse and worse. Would the gentleman sponsor be amenable that we use the funds still in the 822 barangays, but specifically for housing? In other words, if it's 20 million per barangay, I am sure that the housing sector will be happy to know that we will require that X% of that 20 million should be for housing units to at least address the housing needs of our people, because I am sure that in those 822 barangays, housing is a major concern. So would the good sponsor consider that as a possible amendment? We will not reduce the anti-insurgency fund. We will still use it for the 822 barangays, but that portion which is needed to build or to address our housing problem should be addressed.
Yes, Your Honor, certainly we would. Anything that would help alleviate poverty and the socioeconomic roots of the insurgency, Your Honor, we would have an openness to His Honor. Your Honor.
Thank you very much. Now, still on the same topic, earlier, again, the good Senate President pro tempore cited the need for funds to address the budget for vaccines, over 100 billion to immunize half of our population, according to the estimates, 108 billion, excluding the logistics. Now, again, given the lack of government funds today, would the good sponsor consider using part of the 822, using part of this 19 billion anti-insurgency funds? Again, for the 822 barangays, but as part of the COVID responses, using the funds specifically for vaccines, but these vaccines should be distinct to the extent that we can to the 822 barangays. So we kill two birds with one stone. We address our need for funds for COVID, and at the same time, we address the need for us to maintain the barangays which are cleared.
Yes, Your Honor. I think there is a 1.5 million allocation for a health center, but given what has happened and given the developments on the front of a vaccine manufacturer, I think we could include that in the menu, Your Honor. It's a very urgent concern.
Yes. Yes, we should. And, you know, Mr. President, yes, the health centers are a good project. But remember that when you have the health center, you need physicians, you need nurses, you need midwives. I do not know if we are, if we can really support that. But yes, I'm glad to hear that the good sponsor is amenable to the voting part of these funds to the COVID-19 response, but specifically dedicated to our 822 barangays. Yes, it's still on the same topic on our...
With the indulgence of the minority leader, may we ask for a 2-minute health break, Your Honor?
Yes,
I think
please.
we had too much coffee, Your Honor.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Session suspended. Yeah, the Minority Leader with Senator Angara.
Ready to resume, Mr. President? Yeah.
Yes, we resumed. Senator Drilon is on mute. Please unmute your computer.
Sorry, sir. Yeah. Just a few questions on the funding of the Marawi Fund, Mr. President. To start with, how much was the estimated total damage in Marawi as a result of the siege?
We're getting the data, Your Honor, for the damages to Marawi. But in the meantime, while we are waiting the data, for fiscal year 2020, there is 3.5 billion of the NDREAM fund set aside for Marawi.
That's correct,
recovery
yes.
and rehab.
Yes.
For 2020, Your Honor, of the 16 billion NDREAM fund, there is 3.5 billion set aside for earmarked for Marawi rehab. And for 2021, of the 20 billion NDREAM fund, there is 5 billion earmarked for the Marawi rehab. I just wanted to place that on record while we are awaiting the more specific data as to the actual damages as a result of the Marawi siege, Your Honor.
Yes, so we are aware of that allocation, Mr. President. That's why, as a starting point, we wanted to know how much damage was caused by this siege on the beautiful city of Marawi. From my information, the rehabilitation funds are grossly inefficient and insufficient. But we read in the reports that we intend to complete the rehabilitation by December 31 of 2021. Is that correct, sir?
December 2021, tapos na yung rehab. Who's to spear from NDREAM? Wala bang NDREAM official dito? There are no members of the council. Yeah. Ano gana dito? Magtitingin lang tayo dito. Yeah, we're awaiting the answer from DBM, Your Honor. We have no resource persons from any members of the NDREAM Council here to assist us, Your Honor.
Well, we would so we will go. Is it the pleasure of the good sponsor that we go to another issue and come back to this later?
With your begging your indulgence, Your Honor, while we are awaiting a more specific response, could we move and we'll return to that with your indulgence, Your Honor?
No problem with that, Mr. President. I might as well just lay on the spread through the records. The purpose of our questions is we seriously doubt the sufficiency of the funds to fund the rehabilitation of Marawi. We are talking only. We estimate that. Which we find a little difficult to accept because there is nothing definite about this. So that is the thrust of our queries on the rehabilitation of Marawi. Would the current budget and budget next year contain in the NDREAM enough funds to complete the rehabilitation of Marawi by December 31 of 2021 as publicly committed by the officials in charge of Marawi? I think it is Secretary Del Rosario, if I'm not mistaken. So we hope that the resource persons can respond to that question through our sponsor, good sponsor, on the issue of the sufficiency of the budget for the rehabilitation of Marawi. In the meantime, that while the resource persons, while our good chairman is trying to get answers from the DBM, we would go.
Your Honor, I was appointed by the staff here assisting us. Unfortunately, there is no one from the Disaster Council to assist us here. But the estimated expenses for Marawi rehab up to 2022, between the period of 2018 to 2022, would reach as much as 60 billion pesos, Your Honor, 60.5 billion pesos. And the period given in the statement of the DBCC is up to 2022, Your Honor. So I'm not aware of that statement that the minority leader is quoting. I'll have to get back to him for that, Your Honor. And so far, I think of the 60 billion, there the Marawi rehab, Your Honor.
And so would the 2021 budget allocate 48 billion, or at least a good part of that, in order that the rehabilitation to be completed by December of 2022?
There's 5 billion in the 2021 NDREAM fund, Your Honor, allotted for Marawi rehab. So I think that's still a long way from the remainder to meet the baseline or the bottom line of figure of 60 billion, Your Honor.
Shouldn't we accelerate a bit the funding of the rehabilitation? Our countrymen there have been suffering for the last 2 years, and from the reports that we receive, they are really complaining about the very slow rehabilitation being undertaken. And indeed, that is confirmed now again by the very meager 5 billion budget allocated for this year. You are still talking about a 48 billion balance out of a budget of 60 billion needed to rehabilitate Marawi. May we have the opinion of the good chairman on this, Mr. President?
Yes, I've been hearing some of the complaints of our countrymen, Your Honor. Unfortunately, we've not been able to return to Marawi since I think the last time was 2018. That was the last time I was there, Your Honor. So I've not been able to see for myself what the extent of the rehab has been, Your Honor. But I know the private sector has been quite active in extending assistance. And as to the query of the minority leader as to whether we should perhaps accelerate the rehabilitation, I would say yes, unqualifiedly, yes, we should. And of course, the sourcing of funds would be a challenge, as it always is. But in matters of priority, that should be high up in our list of priorities, Your Honor.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. President, and we hope that in the period of amendments, the good sponsor can consider certain additions to the Marawi rehabilitation. Can we now go to another matter included in the lump sums? And this is the matter of, not really in the lump sum, but this is the issue of the creation of new departments. Is the good sponsor aware that there are 7 bills in the Senate which calls for the creation of full-time departments and three more bills which would call for the creation of new bureaus and bodies, Mr. President.
Not all. I'm not aware of all the bills, Your Honor, but I know there is a bill to create a Department of Disaster Resiliency. There is a proposed Department of OFWs. There is also a proposed Department of Water, if I'm not mistaken. And I don't know if the bill for the proposed Department of Culture was refiled by any of the senators, Your Honor, but those are the ones I am aware of, Your Honor.
It was refiled. Okay, for the record, we have the Department for Overseas Filipinos, Department for Disaster Resilience, Department of Water Resources, and then you have the Department of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources, Department of Sports, Department of Homeland Security, Department of Culture. Now, yes, there has been much discussion earlier of these new departments. The Senate President has manifested that he has filed Senate Bill 244, which he would prefer to be heard first. This is the right sizing of the bureaucracy before we act on these other bills. May we know the view of the DBM through the good sponsor, whether they find this proposal of the Senate President rational, there is rationality and reasonableness in the proposal to first come up with what should be the rights, we should do the reorganization of bureaucracy before we go into these other departments.
Your Honor, this topic was touched upon earlier today. I'm not sure if the Minority Leader heard the answer of this representation when I was reading the handwritten response of Secretary Carl Chua on what the position of the DBCC and his agency, NEDA, was. So if I may repeat, Your Honor, according to Secretary Carl, the priority now is not really the creation of new agencies, but the COVID response. And thus, for any creation of new agencies, there must first be a cost-benefit analysis. Secondly, there must, the timing is important, as the priority now is COVID recovery. And third, if the SONA of the President has set forth a priority, they're willing to help improve the bill so as to perhaps make it more fiscally palatable. And the fourth is regarding the OFW department. Their view is that the view of NEDA, this is the NEDA Secretary speaking, is that it should not be permanent and there is a need for an exit strategy, Your Honor.
Okay. By the way, how many workers do we have in the government today, if the sponsor would know? Both from the national and both. Can we have an idea of the size of our bureaucracy today, sir?
Your Honor, I think it's around a little below 1.8 million individuals, Your Honor.
1.8 million bureaucrats, both in the national and local level?
I think that's only the national government, Your Honor.
Oh.
I'm asking for the figures for local government. We don't have the figures for the local government because I think they're quite autonomous, and in my observation, I think many local governments have a lot of part-time employees, Your Honor, or yung tinatawag po natin na casuals, Your Honor.
In fact, Mr. President, the government has become the biggest employment agency. As you correctly pointed out, sir, 1.8 million would only be for the national government, and we could not even figure out how many are in the local governments, especially those covered by job orders, which are actually, again, personnel services budget. And therefore there is really a need to rationalize the size of our bureaucracy, because our budget for personal service keeps on increasing every year. I have some figures here. In 2017, we at the start of this administration, 792.3 billion was the budget for PS. In 2018, 292.8 billion. In 2019, 1,090 billion. In 2020, 1,134 billion. And in the national expenditure program, it is 1,254 trillion. Would the gentleman agree that this must be taken into account when we create new departments?
It's definitely something that we must take into account, Your Honor, especially when we tackle any right-sizing bill. And again, also, we mentioned earlier that DBM has tried to take action as to asking agencies to see which positions have become redundant and could be abolished. That's what they call their scrap and build strategy, Your Honor. So I think all of these different strategies have to be unified if we are to rationalize government. Although, given the current economic situation, it might not be the best to relieve people at this moment, since the job prospects are quite the job market is quite stagnant, or the job prospects are not abundant at this stage, Your Honor.
Yes, indeed. The records will show that at the start of this administration in 2017, a bill was sponsored on the floor of the Senate as calling for a rationalization of our bureaucracy. Unfortunately, it did not go very far, because there were also pressures to put up a Department of Culture at that time. So it became the issue of policy. So I think the Senate Bill 244 would be a good opportunity for us to really come up with what we should have, and so that we do not have to play God on which department should be approved, because there are certain departments. And I'll mention it again. The Department of Agrarian Reform, we thought that the purpose has been achieved insofar as distribution of agricultural land is concerned, but the functions that they are now performing can be very well be undertaken by the Department of Agriculture and the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, and yet I don't know how many employees there are, how much we spend for the PS in the Department of Agrarian Reform. The same is true with the NFA. We removed the mandate of rice trading was removed from the government services and transferred to the private sector. But I do not know if the bureaucracy is still there. So really, there is a need to rationalize all of this. And I suppose that is why we are glad that the Senate President has was very clear, and when he said that we should first rationalize, we should first look at the Senate Bill 244 before we start again looking at the new departments, especially next year when we are hard put to address the needs of our people, principally on the vaccine and the calamities that has beset this country for the last 2 months. So we do hope that indeed the good sponsor can take a look at all of this and and rationalize first before we go into other new departments. Now, just one more item under this lump sum funds. The matter of the allocations for local government units, or ALGO, Mr. President. The General Appropriations Bill that we received indicates an increase of, I don't know where is it, in the committee report or in the General Appropriations Bill, an increase of 502 million local government support fund. I'm sorry, can I repeat that, Mr. President? Compared to the General Appropriations Bill, the committee report indicates a 502 million increase in the local government support fund. May we know what is this increase for?
In the Senate. Okay. What is the purpose? Public park? Yes, Your Honor, the gentleman is correct. The minority leader is correct. There's an increase of 500 million in the local government support fund budget. This was an item proposed by Senator Grace Poe with the corresponding special provision that the said fund shall be used for support to all cities and allocated based on population and land area, subject to the guidelines to be issued by the DBM and the DILG. The assistance to cities shall be used to fund the following projects. Number one, green open spaces such as public parks and plazas, arboretum, and botanical gardens. And two, infrastructure for active mobility such as physically separated bicycle lanes, bike racks, and elevated or at grade pedestrian footpaths and walkways, Your Honor.
So it's a general description of the projects.
That is the, it's under the rubric, budget rubric of assistance to cities, Your Honor. But that what I just read is the new special provision which we have inserted to provide the menu for the amount, Your Honor.
Yeah. Now, still on this lump sum funds, on the barangay development fund, the barangay development program of the NTF LCAP. This is the 16.4 billion insurgency fund. We noticed a lot of projects that can fall under this, some of which projects are difficult to monitor. I'll tell you some, for example. It can include assistance for medicine, for burial, for transport, for food, cash for work, etc. I think it's a very, the gentleman will agree with me that the better option probably would be in hard infrastructure, especially in the areas hit by the 3 typhoons. For example, school buildings or housing units, where the benefit would be tangible and really could last not just for a week or two, but in the next several years, where the people would see that government is really after the welfare by putting up this kind of projects, whereas contrasted to livelihood projects or technical vocational training projects, which are a little difficult to monitor. Would the gentleman agree with that, Mr. President?
Your Honor, there is no allocation specifically for those items. And then the expectation is the agency budgets will accommodate some of these barangays. I think what there are specific allotments for is the farm to market road or concreting, which is 12 million, the school building, which is 3 million, the potable water system, which is 2 million, and the national greening program of 1.5 million, and the health station for 1.5 million. The rest, they have indicated a variable amount, meaning it depends on what the department budgets, respective department budgets for electrification, for crop assistance, for TESDA projects, for DICT projects, for DOLE, DSWD, and the OPAP budgets could accommodate in terms of their respective programs, Your Honor.
Anyway, we have previously discussed, Mr. President, with a good sponsor, that we can use part of the funds in those 822 barangays for calamity because of the recent typhoons, the housing units, which is totally necessary because of the possible crisis that will happen if we do continue to neglect this sector, and then the vaccines. So we leave it at that, and then at the amendment per period, we will be submitting the proposed amendments. Senator Bina earlier also touched on that, on this along the same line. So we do hope that the appropriate period, the good sponsor, can be open to amendments in order to address the immediate need for 2021 in the areas that are in the barangays, 822 barangays that are beneficiaries of this fund. So we can leave it at that, Mr. President. In the meantime, that's all our questions for the DBM and the budget for the lump sums. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you to our distinguished minority leader, and again, we will we express our willingness at the proper time, Your Honor, to discuss those amendments with you.
Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. To our minority floor leader, thank you very much. Next in line to ask questions is Senator Ralph Recto, our Senate President Pro Tem. Mr. President, may you recognize him.
Senate President Pro Tempore Ralph Recto is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader. I promise the sponsor of the budget that I will not have any more questions today. I'd like to thank him for answering my queries earlier. And as I mentioned earlier, I would just work with him for the amendment. So thank you very much, Mr. President, for accommodating me. Majority Leader, thank you very much.
We'd like to thank our Senate President Pro Temp for relieving us of his very piercing questions, which we are not able to answer some of the time, but we thank him because it forces us to work harder and to dive deeper into the figures, Your Honor. Thank you, Senator Recto, Your Honor, Mr. President.
Mr. President, next to interpolate is a distinguished colleague from Cavite, Senator Panfilo Lacson.
Senator Pin Lacson is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ito po, totoong maiksi, totoong promise, maiksi lang. If the distinguished sponsor will yield to some clarificatory questions.
Yes, certainly. To our Vice Chair in charge of the Defense Department and DICT, most willing, and Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Under the current 2020 GAA, there are 4 programs under the ALGU LGSF. Silent Tubig, Assistance to Municipalities, Assistance to Cities, Conditional Matching Grant to Provinces for Road and Bridge Repair, Rehabilitation Improvement, and there's a 5th one, Other Financial Assistance to Local Government Units. Now, under the proposed 2021 national budget, there are only 2 being proposed to be funded. Financial Assistance to Local Government Units in the amount of 12.3 billion, and of course the NTF LCAP 16.4. Now my first question is, what happened to the programs that we are or we used to fund in the previous GAAs, Mr. President? Why are they being scrapped?
If I recall correctly, Your Honor, what the DBM said during our committee hearings is that it's already subsumed under the two items mentioned by His Honor, which is the financial assistance to local governments, which is increased in amount from around 4.8 billion for this year to 12.3 for next year, and as well as the support to the barangay development program of the NTF LCAP, which is the 16.4 billion item, Your Honor, which provides also for water systems, although albeit in a more targeted way for the 822 barangays, Your Honor.
So generally, they are covered under the item financial assistance to LGUs.
Yes, Your Honor. Parang ganun
Thank
ang
you,
lumalabas.
Mr. President. And since the ALGO LGSF is an item under the Special Purpose Fund, I suppose it follows that the release of the same is subject to the approval of the President, because the intention is to augment certain items under the regular budget. Is that a correct statement, Mr. President?
Your Honor, it's the DBM who issues the guidelines for authorization and release. So I'm not aware if the President himself is acting on these requests, given how busy he is, and perhaps he delegates it already to the DBM. They issue the guidelines, and then there are numerous LGUs who apply for these funds, Your Honor.
Yes, as an alter ego of the President, well, the DBM Secretary is authorized to approve the release of the budget. My
Yes, Your
only
Honor.
point is that even the NTF LCAP, the release of funds, is subject to the approval. Of course, the President is the chairman of the NTF, of the National Force. So it goes without saying that in all probability, DBM will release all of the 16.4 billion pesos, subject, of course, to certain requirements.
Yes,
Mr.
Your Honor,
President.
you're correct in your statement of the facts, and the President is indeed the chairman, and I assume he knows, and if not him, at least his alter ego, the Secretary of DBM, as well as his presidential security advisor, who is the vice chair of the NTF LCAP, that's Secretary Esperon, Your Honor.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. And since the NEP was prepared before the onslaught of typhoons Quinta, Rolly, and Ulysses, would it be wise and practical to make adjustments by augmenting the ALGO LGSF appropriation, especially for those areas hardest hit by the calamities mentioned, Mr. President?
Yes, I think we can adjust it given the very serious situation found in some of our LGUs, and given that the existing funds may not be enough to assist. So we would welcome His Honor's ideas, just as the Minority Leader earlier also said, perhaps it is appropriate to augment some of the calamity funds, Your Honor.
Thank you for that statement. As I highlighted during my interpellation on general principles last week, local multipurpose buildings, evacuation centers, or evacuation or quarantine facilities with an appropriated amount of around 68 billion pesos under the proposed 2021 national budget are merely duplications of programs already covered by a special provision in relation to the ALGO LGSF, not to mention those projects being convenient sources of corruption, as I already pointed out, Mr. President. That said, pending submission of the latest situational report, or CTREP, from the NDRIMC on the damage caused by the 3 typhoons, which, as an update, at least Rolly had inflicted 17.8 billion in damages on several identified LGUs, while Ulysses so far, as per initial assessment, again by NDRIMC, placed the damage at more than 1.6 billion pesos. which is very preliminary, Mr. President, at this point. So more than increasing the NDRRMF and the QRF, since we have no idea how many typhoons will hit the country next year. So I think it would be a better idea if we augment the ALGU LGSF to help those LGUs recover and rehabilitate from the typhoons, from the damages that they suffered in terms of infrastructure and even livelihood, Mr. President. Will that be a wise idea, Mr. President?
Well, we are open to that, Your Honor, given the very serious situation on the ground. And as you mentioned, the estimates are still preliminary for Typhoon Ulysses. And I think the figure given earlier was 82 billion damage for 5 typhoons, but still to be validated, Your Honor. So I think, yes, we could set aside some for disaster, Your Honor.
In fact, I'd like to show on the screen the special provision under the ALGU LGSF funding that indicates multipurpose buildings as being covered. Kindly plus there, Mr. President. Kasama na dyan, so kung itong 68 billion na i-appropriate for next year for multipurpose buildings under the local infrastructure projects, it is covered already under the special provision or proposed special provision under the 2021 national budget. I think it would be more practical to just augment the funding of local government units for that purpose instead of parking or lodging the funds for multipurpose buildings in the amount of 68 billion, more or less, Mr. President, under the DPWH, which is a national agency. In that way, if we augment the appropriations for local government units, especially those hit by the typhoons, then they could very well recover or rehabilitate and recover, making use of local manpower, Mr. President. And it could spur their local economy by increasing labor and services as well, including infrastructure materials.
Yes, Your Honor. There's a big multiplier effect from construction, Your Honor, whether it's done under the auspices of the local government units or even under the DPWH. I know the priority for labor is really the local hires, Your Honor.
But would you agree with me that the construction of multipurpose buildings under multipurpose item under the item of multipurpose building under the DPWH under LIP, local infrastructure program or projects, duplication ito na yung under the special provision, which also covers multipurpose buildings and halls.
Your Honor, I think there's a little bit of perhaps, I don't know what the right word is, but when the rubric of multipurpose buildings and halls is the all-encompassing term used by the Department of Public Works, but it could refer to senior citizens halls, it could refer to health centers, it could even refer to covered courts, Your Honor. So I don't know if maybe the correct move is to, in order to address the concern of His Honor, is perhaps to make more specific the actual project, so it will not give rise to the impression or the it would comply or it would comply with good budgeting practice to make it more specific. But I remember before, I think when I was still in Congress, we would list our projects and some would be senior citizen centers as requested by some of the barangays. But when it comes out in the listing on the budget, it would end up becoming a multi-purpose building, Your Honor. Although in actuality, they could be a health center, they could be a senior citizen center, they could be a gymnasium which is attached to a elementary or a high school, even a sports facility under a state university, for instance. might be referred to as a multipurpose building, Your Honor. So I think that term doesn't really capture the essence of the project in a sense, Your Honor.
In actual fact, Mr. President, we have already segregated the national buildings from out of the 68 billion appropriations for either various infrastructure or local infrastructure projects or under the LIP, because there are two components of multipurpose buildings under the proposed national budget in 2021. Various local infrastructure or various infrastructure local projects and local infrastructure projects. And those are under the auspices of the same item, which is multipurpose buildings. And we have only discovered something like ₱1 billion worth from the 68 billion that would refer to national buildings like DPWH offices or national agencies, offices of national agencies. So at the proper time, I'd like to propose that amendment to realign a big portion of the 68 billion to ALGO LGSF, of course with the proper menu to be submitted by the DILG through the DBM. Because as you have stated earlier, we cannot also allow lump sum appropriations even under the special purpose fund. So if DPWA or DILG would be ready by the time, and in fact we have already sounded them off to submit a list of possible infrastructure projects, not necessarily multipurpose buildings, but inclusive of multipurpose buildings, submit to the Senate their list to help recover or rehabilitate and recover the local government municipalities and even provinces that were hit by the 3 typhoons this year, Mr. President.
Yes, Your Honor. We are willing to discuss those items mentioned by the good gentleman.
In fact, we have drafted a proposed special provision in relation to that particular item. And a third item, on top of the financial assistance to LGUs and NTF LCAP, we are proposing a third item. Kindly flash that on the screen, please. There, disaster rehabilitation and reconstruction assistance program for LGUs. And then it will be covered by a proposed special provision as follows, Mr. President. Of course, we are ready to, we are preparing to fill in the blanks, Mr. President, subject to the submission by the NDRIMC on the amount or the extent of damages incurred by those LGUs hit by the 3 typhoons and the submission of the DBM, of the DILG through DBM. So at the proper time, I'm going to introduce that amendment instead of just wasting billions of pesos in unfinished multipurpose buildings, which I showed last week, some of which were actually already funded by local government units and yet is still being appropriated sums of money from the General Appropriations Act, Mr. President. So if the chairman is amenable, subject, of course, to further consultation with our colleagues, I will introduce that particular amendment or those amendments, Mr. President.
Yes, Your Honor, we are open to the gentleman's amendments, and perhaps just we also include the Department of Public Works, whose budget we'll be discussing on Wednesday.
Yes,
Since we will be, in case we decide, the body decides to carry these amendments, there will be a diminution of their budget. So subject to that, Your Honor, Your Honor.
That goes without saying, Mr. President, that we will have also to get the input from the DPWH regarding multipurpose buildings, those useless multipurpose buildings. In fact, my staff, members of my staff were mentioning to me earlier during our briefing in my office na yung Aurora would also be needing fund support from the national government in the form of the ALGO LGSF, Mr. President. And we expect the ILG through DBM to submit to us Ito po yung listahan ng mga affected families per province. We have that data and we are awaiting the submission of itemized infrastructure damage as well as damage in the effects on the livelihood of the residents of those local government or the municipalities or provinces, Mr. President.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you for mentioning my home province. The town of Dingalan was very badly hit, and
We know that, Mr.
Yes,
President.
yes,
And
thank
that's
you.
the reason why we're really pushing hard for the augmentation of the ALGO LGSF under ALGO LGSF under a third item. And this will only be good for next year, depending on the number of typhoons, devastating typhoons that will hit again, that might hit again the country next year. But in any case, this won't be a recurring item in the appropriations. That's why we chose to put an additional item under LGSF, ALGO LGSF, Disaster Rehabilitation and Reconstruction Assistance. Something like probably 20 billion pesos would suffice, Mr. President, because the other portions or the other portion of the 68 billion could still be realigned to, as I mentioned last week, for the National Broadband Program of the ICT and other items that our colleagues may want to augment, Mr. President. So,
yes, Your Honor. We will await with openness his Honor's amendments.
and when the budget of the Department of Public Works and Highways is scheduled maybe 2-3 days from now, then we will get their input or opinion regarding the 68 billion. I'm quite sure that Secretary Villar will be amenable to realigning that. Sakit ng ulo niya yun, Mr. President. So that's all, Mr. President, and I'd like to thank the distinguished sponsor for being patient. It's been a long day, and tomorrow is another, probably a longer day. So I would like to end my interpellation on that note, Mr. President. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you to our distinguished Vice Chair, the Chairman of the Senate Committees on National Defense, Your Honor.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. We appreciate the intervention of Senator Ping Lacson. Mr. President, may we request now the office of Senator Gordon, if he's ready for his questions for the DBM. It's the last, Mr. President, on our list. Our distinguished colleague from Zambales, Senator Go will no longer ask any more questions. So from
All
Go to Gordon.
We can proceed. We can proceed.
Go,
then.
Gordon. Is he ready? May I ask for 1 minute suspension, Mr. President? Nagko-complain si Sunny Angara. Pumasok na po si Senator Gordon. Mr. President, may we recognize to complete the interpellations of the DBM no other than our distinguished colleague from Zambales in the Republic of the Philippines, Senator Richard Digport.
All right, Senator Richard
Thank
Gordon.
you,
recognized. And just for the information of Senator Angara, I was just in a caucus with Senator Chalian.
Your Honor, you had decided to have a caucus when the majority leader announced Senator Gordon would be interpolating on 2 departments, Your Honor.
Senator Gordon is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. In spite of this very mischievous and out of line sponsor, I would just like to say that I don't want to add to the calamity, Mr. President, but I have to ask this question. The calamity funds this year is about 21 billion. Mr. President, and as I go around the provinces, every local government is asking whether they can get augmentation because they are really, really starved for funds. Many of them are on their last throws in terms of calamity fund, either because they used it well or they did not use it well. So, Mr. President, I would like to ask the distinguished sponsor, would it not be better to increase the fund for the LGUs instead of the national government, in the sense that closer is better and that they can more adequately report locally, Mr. President, what they did with it? I strongly suggest we do that, Mr. President, instead of having the national government use the calamity funds, Mr. President.
Well, yes, thank you, Your Honor. We're open to any suggestions from His Honor regarding this, since given his wide experience in this area of relief and given his experience, his leadership at the Red Cross, Your Honor. So we're very much open to hear what he has in mind, Your Honor.
Well, I stated, as I said, when I went to Legazpi, when I went to Catanduanes, Camarines Sur, the same questions arise, Mr. President. They're running low and they're flying on fumes, and that was about 4 or 5 days ago. So, Mr. President, at the proper time, I would like to introduce some amendments or suggestions, if you will. It's not cast in stone, but it would depend really on the long view of the distinguished sponsor on whether that might be a better alternative, because accountability will be better established with local government, because they will have to account for every single centavo a lot faster than the national government. And at the same time, it can be distributed faster to the population, Mr. President, that badly needs it. As you know, that the damages have caused tremendous suffering. In the Red Cross, we're trying to provide roofs right away. We're not waiting for the walls, we're just giving tarpaulins. And also we're providing water and food. Certainly the local governments should be able to be given all the necessary tools to be able to quickly address the suffering humanity, Mr. President. So with your permission, I'd like to suggest that we can do it by way of the impact of the calamity that might be propounded by them. For example, there should be bigger calamity fund, for example, for places like Camarines Sur, Legazpi, Camarines, and also particularly Catanduanes, and now Cagayan and Isabela, Mr. President. There's crop damage there. There is a lot of suffering in terms of hunger. And we must remember, Mr. President, that we have been on COVID, and a lot of them have not been able to make ends meet because they could not exercise their livelihood very well. And that's why we need to put the money closer to where the people is. And I strongly suggest, and I ask our colleagues to join me in making sure that we're able to do that, so that we can help alleviate human suffering faster, Mr. President.
Yes, Your Honor. We're at the proper time. We're willing to listen to the suggestions of the our Vice Chair, who is also the chair of the Philippine Red Cross and has been to all corners of the country in that role, in his various roles, Your Honor.
The second question, Mr. President, thank you very much, is the Mandanas ruling impact in 2022. How is the DBM preparing for that? Because a large chunk now will be is projected to be passed on to and, while I see that closer is better, ability must also be strengthened, Mr. President, because I would not want to see local governments building barangay halls or other pantheons, but I'd like to see that go to, as we were talking about earlier, on the matter of the insurgency, or for that matter, whatever needs there are, that they would be better have the purchase to do it. We have to really, I would like to hear what the DBM is doing by way of preparation, Mr. President, when that large amount of money, to be sure, 877.44 billion will be funneled to local government, which means the era in 2022 will be about 1.10 trillion pesos, Mr. President.
That's correct, Your Honor. There will be a dramatic increase once the Mandanas ruling is fully effected. I was told the national government, the DBCC, the DBM, and the various agencies have created a task force to work with the national agencies, national government agencies, which are delivering services to local governments, but which have been devolved under the local government code, as well as the local governments, in order to have some kind of transition plan to move further towards devolution, Your Honor, in line with the Mandanas ruling. So this transition plan should contain, first, the programs and projects to be devolved. Second is the definition of standards for the delivery of devolved services. Third is a strategy for capacity development of the LGU, since they may not have experience in some of these services and functions, Your Honor. And fourthly is monitoring and a performance assessment framework. And fifth is an organizational effectiveness proposal that will contain the modifications in the organizational structure of the affected offices. So it's going to be involving both the national government agencies as well as the local governments, Your Honor.
Well, I like what I hear, but in terms of intelligibility to the mass, they may not be able to quickly understand. Hindi madaling intindihin yung sinasabi. Pero gusto ko sana sabihin that dapat may prioritization yan. Katulad halimbawa po ng improved spending on healthcare, yung early warnings sa mga pandemics, which I think is going to come fast and furious. Everybody's talking about that in the international community, as well as healthcare extension programs, Mr. President. And then agricultural extension. This is the sick man of our economy. And therefore, ngayon pa lang dapat training na sila kung saan nila ilalagay yung pera kung maglalagay sila ng agricultural extension. And third, Mr. President, apart from disaster preparation, which is par for the course, is really preparing for the time when COVID will no longer be here, and that we should be able to allow local government to invest in investment zone, so that bring in business to the countryside, Mr. President, either in tandem with other provinces within a particular region, maximizing the infrastructure built thereat. So, Mr. President, those are my concerns. I hope they can also be addressed by the DBM, Mr. President.
Yes, Your Honor. I think that's part of the discussions with the under this transition plan. It's part of what's being discussed with the local governments and the national government agencies. And as I was discussing over lunch with the very experienced majority leader, he was saying most LGUs are expecting at least a 20% increase, in their funds, Your Honor. So as you mentioned, this can be devoted to the various needs, as you mentioned, health, agricultural extension, calamity preparedness, among others, Your Honor. Infrastructure, of course.
And the building of eco zones for themselves, Mr. President, that they can create and invite investments, Mr. President, to their areas. Now, the era now is, if you go to America, every state has an economic program to invite incentive other countries, Mr. President. For that matter, even movie making, for example, they do invite that. I remember there are certain areas that did that in our country for a while. But to me, the investment sector is the one that's lacking, and the agricultural sector. But of course, you cannot have that if our people aren't healthy. So, Mr. President, that's just some of the things that I'd like to include later on, if you'll allow it. The other thing that I'd like to ask also, it's whether the following. We would need a budget, and I think Ralph Precto has already, the gentleman from Batangas has already said this, a vaccine for cold storage. We in the Red Cross are preparing also for cold storage as well as storage trucks. But when the vaccine finally arrives, it will happen. And we have to have a focus on how the vaccine will be distributed. I think my own personal conclusion is that the vaccine will be given first to frontliners so that they will be safe. And it will not just be given en masse, Mr. President, because first it's going to be very, very expensive. And we would have to prepare for that. I don't know if the budget is prepared to buy the vaccines, and to what extent would they buy the vaccines, Mr. President. And more importantly, the storage thereof. I understand, I hear anything from 36 to 46 degrees Fahrenheit, all the way up to minus 80 degrees, Mr. President. And that's really very disconcerting. We are right now looking for it ourselves for the Red Cross, because I'm expecting the Federation to provide us with a vaccine as part of the share to be given by World Health Organization. But for our country, I think we should really prepare a budget for the vaccine. Wala naman mawawala, kundi pa lalabas agad magamit sa ibang paraan na makakatulong sa pagsugpo nitong mga ito. And finally, I'll just be quick para mabilis na tayo. The sufficiency of money for the rehab of affected areas, Mr. President. As we all know, crop damage will be wide. Building of houses will be paramount. And at the same time, we have to make sure that we have the resources to give the people helping hand to be able to get back on their feet real quick. There are estimates of 463 billion from 2010 to 2019, which is the damage caused by extreme events and disasters. And the breakdown is as follows: 290 billion in the last 9 years for the agricultural sector, 106 billion for infrastructure damage, and 66 billion for private sector damages. So I'm just going on broad strokes here right now, Mr. President, but I hope that all of us can see our way clear in coming out with the specifics necessary to be sure that we can get back on our feet real quick, because this is a major, major setback, and the others are way ahead of us. We want to be able to use push-in boots, Mr. President, to be able to leapfrog our way into keeping up or even overtaking some of our neighbors who have gone ahead. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, distinguished gentleman from Zambales, our committee vice chair, the chair of Blue Ribbon and Justice. We acknowledge the importance of the issues raised by Senator Gordon, especially regarding the cold chain. I think that's something that was not in the national consciousness when much of the budget was still being formulated in the first half of the year. But now I think it's probably the most urgent issue. It's what everyone is talking about, given the developments with the Pfizer vaccine with a 90% effectivity. So definitely we acknowledge the importance of these issues, and we will work with Senator Gordon and our other colleagues, Senator Recto, who raised, Senator Tolentino, who was one of the first to also raise this on the Senate floor, Your Honor. Thank you, Senator Gordon, Mr. President.
Just a final point to our distinguished senator. The Pfizer COVID vaccine, Mr. President, according to the WEF, the new Pfizer COVID-19 vaccine that was found to be 90% effective will need to be a challenge for distribution, as most hospitals can only refrigerate at around -2 to -8 degrees. At this temperature, the vaccine will spoil after 5 days. So we really have to periscope the challenge ahead by way of adequate budget planning to address this problem, Mr. President. And I hope everybody is made aware of this, because hindi porke may vaccine, tatalab ka agad yan, kundi natin madidistribute yan at masisira sa storage, malaking gastos natin na matatamo at kawawa na naman tayo mga Pilipino kung di natin mapaghahandaan yung pagpasok ng vaccine, Mr. President. Thank you, sir.
We fully agree with Senator Gordon, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Gordon.
All right, Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. With that, we appreciate the intervention of Senator Gordon, and it was not a very long intervention, Mr. President. We appreciate that, truly. Senator Echelian said he's so happy. We're just kidding. We miss Ninong. I miss my Ninong, Mr. President.
I'm just trying to shorten it because I know my inanak, Mr. President, has got a very short patience. Pag mahaba na, hindi niya na maintindihan. Thank you.
Mr. President, we're saving the best for last. We're saving Senator Gordon for the DOF. Yes, Mr. President. Mr. President, with that, I move that the budget of the
Mr. President?
sorry. May we recognize, is that
Yes, Mr. President?
is that Senator Risa? Or?
There is no video.
Yes, Mr.
Oh, yes,
President.
Senator Risa, there you go.
Senator Antiveros, yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before we close the debate on the... Oh my goodness. I'm sorry, Mr. President. I thought that we had already called the DOF budget for debate. Well, they may just make it of record then, please, that I would like to queue to interpolate briefly the DOF budget. Thank you, Mr. President.
Right, Majority Leader.
Yeah, we'll call her for DOF, Majority Leader.
She thought
She's
we were
listed for
taking
DOF.
Yes, Mr. President, no worries. We'll definitely call Senator Antiveros for the deal. With that, Mr. President, I move that the budget of the DBM, Department of Budget and Management, together with the budgets of the Office of the Secretary, Government Procurement Policy Board, Technical Support Office, budgetary support to government corporations, budget support for please let me know, Mr. Chairperson, what I'm missing.
Yes,
Is this the
DBM,
Metropolitan
the
MMDA?
Allocation to local government units, the contingent fund, the National Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Fund or Calamity Fund, the MPBF or the Miscellaneous Personal Benefits Fund, the PGF or the Pension and Gratuity Fund, as well as the unprogrammed appropriations.
And I believe also, kasama po pa itong MMDA,
Yes, Your Honor.
special
Yes,
shares for
yes.
local government
MMDA,
units.
special shares.
A to letter
That's
F.
under the allocation to local government
Yes,
units.
letter A to letter
Letter
F,
F, yes.
including Bangsamoro Autonomous Region, most of
All right.
I move that these budgets be deemed submitted, Mr. President.
Any objection? Chair is none. They are deemed submitted.
Thank you very much and congratulations to the men and women of the DBM. Thank you for your time. So we proceed, Mr. President, to the last item of the agenda. I move that we take up again the budget of the Department of Finance.
What about the contingent fund?
Yes, we mentioned that, Your
Mentioned
Honor.
earlier by
You
Senator
mentioned it.
Angara.
You have already submitted
Yes, Your Honor.
up to a program.
Opo.
Yes, Mr.
All
President.
right, thank you. You place that on record. So we now go to the budget of the Department of Finance.
Yes, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, the budget of the Department of Finance is on deck. Who will interpolate?
Mr. President, first on the list is Senator Francis Kiko Pangilinan.
Senator Francis Pangilinan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader. May we know if the good sponsor, our chairman of the Committee on Finance, would be willing to answer a few questions from this representation?
Yes, certainly. To the chair of the Senate Committee on Constitutional Amendments, and we thank him for giving us an indication of some of his concerns, so we were able to ask the agency for responses. Thank you, Senator Pangilinan.
Yes, this will help facilitate also our interpellation. My focus of my interpellation, Mr. President, would be on the matter that we raised during the committee hearing on the issue of the rice tariffication measure and the Bureau of Customs collections. As we have witnessed several typhoons that have hit the country successively in the last 3-4 weeks, has crippled many parts of the country. Agriculture damage has been, of the 4 typhoons or the 3 typhoons, is pegged at around 10 billion. 150,000 farmers are affected, and 275,000 hectares of agricultural lands have been damaged. In July, during there was a manifestation upon our request by the Bureau of Customs as well as the Department of Finance that we had raised, is that correct, 13 billion pesos worth of duties and taxes because of the rice tariffication law.
That's correct, Your Honor.
And this is the total for 2019, or do we still expect more to come before the end of the year?
That's for 2020, Your Honor. As of September 2020, 13,681 million, Your Honor.
And do we expect additional tariffs before the close of the year, or is more or less this would be the amounts?
I think we'll be expecting additional collections, Your Honor. How much more? Estimate. The last 3 months of 2020. October, November, December. In October, I was told we also collected an additional 630 million, Your Honor. So if we go by that figure as indicative, maybe another 1.8 billion to add to the 13.6 billion, Your Honor.
1.8 to the 13.6. So in excess of 10 billion under the rice tariffication law, provided that there is an accompanying piece of legislation, that will be 3.6 billion plus 1.8 billion in excess of 10 billion for 2020. Is that correct? That is the projection.
That is correct, Your Honor.
So that will be 3.6 plus 1.8, 4.6, 5.4. Is that correct? 5.4 additional.
Possible collections, Your Honor, since the last 2 months is still an estimate, Your Honor.
Yes, under the rice tariffication law, we can only provide for this assistance with a we have to enact a law, and if I'm not mistaken, a committee report is now being routed by the chairman of the Committee on Agriculture to allocate cash assistance, direct cash assistance to rice farmers for this 5.4 billion projected in excess of the 10 billion. I'd like to think that if we can, after the budget debates, as was earlier pointed out by, if I'm not mistaken, Senator Recto, we would have some time to be able to tackle some pieces of legislation, perhaps with the permission of our colleagues. We can fast track the committee report of Senator Villar on cash assistance for the excess of 5.4 billion as projected.
I would
would the
support that, Your Honor. I would support
Would the chairman of the Committee on Finance be supportive of such a
Yes.
intervention?
100%, Your Honor, 100%.
Thank you very much. We also raised a few other questions during the committee hearing. Based on the October 23 submission of to the committee of the Bureau of Customs, rice imports from January to September this year, equivalent to more than 2 million metric tons. Year on year, it's lower by 1 million metric tons compared to last year. Is that correct, based on the records of the BOC?
We're just checking, Your Honor, begging your indulgence. Your Honor, for 2019, it was 2.9 billion, 2.9 million metric tons?
Yes, 2.9 million
metric tons, 2.99 million approximately. But so far for this year, as of September 2020, it's 2.2 million metric tons, Your Honor.
So close to 1 million metric tons less compared to last year.
As of now, it's 700,000 difference, but that's for September only of this year, Your Honor.
Yes, the duties collected last year was this year rather, as mentioned earlier, was 13.6 billion. And last year it was 15.6 billion. Is that correct?
Hindi, yung sa rice yun, di ba? 13.6. Yung discuss natin earlier. 15.6 last year. Yun ang tanong yun. Was it 15.6 last year? We're just getting the data, Your Honor. Rice collected. Next one. Q card. 21. Your Honor, for 2019, I'm told it was 20 for the revenue from rice importation was 21.59 billion pesos, Your Honor. Billion.
And this so this is different from the data that I've received.
21.599 billion, Your Honor.
In other words, there was 11 billion excess. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you for this clarification. My data is based on the data that we were earlier provided. It was 15.6 billion in 2019. It turns out it's even more than that. But this year it's 13.6 billion. Is that correct?
September, Your Honor, correct.
Yes, yes. Based on the report submitted by the BOC, based on their submissions rather, because of technical smuggling through undervaluation and misdeclaration of shipments, the revenue loss from March to June 2019 is 1.417 billion. Can the BOC confirm this?
Ano to? 7.49. Technical smuggling, 7.2. 1.3. Anong figure? At ganitong figures magkaiba? Okay. And only for rice, no? Or for... Your Honor, I just want to clarify. Are you asking about technical smuggling in general or just for rice?
Just for rice and through the undervaluation and misdeclaration of these shipments. Just for rice.
Just for rice. Okay. Yeah, I was trying to reconcile the figures given me, Your Honor. But now I'm clarified. For 2019, the estimated loss is 1.393 billion, Your Honor. And for 2020, around 1.190 billion, 1.19 billion.
Yes, and based on the submissions of the BOC, only 2.2% of the total amount charged against these technical smugglers has actually been collected. May we clarify if the BOC can confirm this, and maybe know why only 2.2% has been collected from 47 herring importers.
They confirmed it. They are confirming right now, Your Honor. Beg your indulgence here. Bakit tama ba na 2.2 lang ang nakokolekta dun sa pending cases? Tama? Yes, the Bureau is confirming that the figure you have given, Your Honor.
Yes, and therefore you have 97++ percent still uncollected. May we know the reason for the delay? They've been identified as errant importers. The amounts covering around 1.3 billion plus worth of imports, and yet only 2.2%. May we know what the reason is for this, the delay in the collection? In other words, they already have charged these 47 herring importers. And of these 47 charged, they've collected 2.2% of the total amounts involved.
I was told there's still a process that has to be gone through. There's like an audit process and there is an appeals process. So I think there is a necessity of going through all these processes before. It is not an open and shut case of just collecting, Your Honor.
In other words, it will take time. The BOC would have identified the herring importers, whether it's a misdeclaration, undervaluation, and it takes time. The intent precisely of the law is on tarification is that we collect the right amount of tariffs so that we can utilize this for the mechanization and cash assistance, among others, precisely because all the rice imports are coming in, and therefore in competition with our local farmers. All these typhoons, prior to the typhoons, they were already crying out for support precisely because palay prices dropped. And after the typhoons, their situation is even worse. And so the concern here is that here we have herring importers, misdeclaration of imports, undervaluation of imports, therefore trying to avoid the tariffs that should have gone to the farmers. And having been caught, it takes time for them to be punished and that the amounts involved turn over, the tariffs involved turned over. We hope perhaps at some future time we can get a better sense of how we can speed up these amounts. Earlier, the good sponsor mentioned that around 5.6 billion in excess. We're looking at around 1 billion pesos worth here. This is a fifth. The figure, in other words, is not a small figure. I just wanted to place that on record that we should have a better sense of how we can resolve this undervaluation and technical smuggling. Since the implementation of the rice tariffication law, how many importers were caught engaging in technical smuggling of rice? Whether through, number one, misclassification, misdeclaration, two, undervaluation, three, or falsification of documents.
Your Honor, in 2018, there were 2 instances worth with a value of 25.7 million. In 2019, there were 11 instances with a valuation of sorry, Your Honor, I think there's I was reading the wrong figures earlier. The figure is for 2019. There are 2 instances of technical smuggling, and 2020 there is 1 instance, Your Honor.
1 instance. And how did they say the amounts involved?
Anong amount? 2 and 1.
So all in all, since the rice tariffication measure was enacted, you've had 3 cases, 2 in 2019 and 1 in 2020.
Your Honor, they're asking if they could submit the data for me because they don't have it at the moment. I think it's the Commissioner's office who has it, if that's all right.
Yes, yes, it can follow, but is the information accurate? 2 cases in 2019 and 1 case in 2020?
Yes, that's what I was given, Your Honor. And we have the Bureau of Customs representatives here sitting behind us in the plenary hall, Your Honor.
And of those 3 who were caught, how were they penalized? Are they blacklisted or are they still able to import?
We apologize, Your Honor. We're awaiting, and the 2 customs representatives are on the phone right now with the Bureau.
Well, we can also just have that submitted, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, and I'm concerned with the information as it is, that only 3.
I've received an answer, Your Honor, for your query as to whether they were blacklisted. The answer is yes, they were blacklisted, and their licenses were revoked as well, and cases were filed against them as well, Your Honor. So those were the 3 actions taken by the Bureau.
So if I understand the process, the 47 herring importers that were identified by the DOC are still in the process of being of going through the administrative cases that they are now confronted with. Is that correct?
Ongoing pa yung kaso? Yes, Your Honor.
And that is why it is not included in the earlier number, 1 for 2020 and 2 for 2019.
Yes, Your Honor, yes.
And that explains why only 2.2% of the total amount involved have been collected.
And that's correct, Your Honor. As mentioned earlier, there are certain rights available to someone charged of smuggling or undervaluation and misdeclaration. They can appeal within 20 days. They can also appeal the decision of the commissioner, which has been affirmed by the Secretary of Finance, can be appealed to the Court of Tax Appeals within 30 calendar days, Your Honor. These are some of the remedies which may cause the case to drag on, Your Honor.
Yes, if you will recall, during the committee hearing on the budget of the Department of Agriculture, Senator Villar, the chairperson of the subcommittee, was concerned about precisely how cooperatives were being used as dummies. I understand based on the submissions of the 47 importers who undervalued rice shipments, the BOC has so far collected 30.9 million or 2.2% of the total 1.317 billion. And this 2.2% was paid by 24 rice importers, all cooperatives, and they have filed motions for reconsideration to avert paying almost 1 billion in total charges. Is that correct, Mr. Chairperson?
Yes, Your Honor.
And in the submission, 60 rice importers have also been selected for the post-clearance audit, which will cover rice importation from January to June 2020. The post-clearance audit is one of the BOC's measures to protect government revenue and local agri-producers. And as of 23 October, the findings of the audit are not yet available, and the BOC was only able to issue audit notification letters to the importers. Medyo nade-delay yung proseso. May we know, can you give us an update on the post-clearance audit of the BOC of the 60 rice importers?
Your Honor, this is the information I've been given. Of the 60 rice cooperatives, the auditees, 47 of these 60 are with deficiency assessment, 8 are with clear report findings, and 5 have deferred audit with a pending, the 5 have a pending dispute settlement proceeding ongoing. And then to further break that down, of the 47 auditees with deficiency assessments as of October 21, the 24 auditees settled their deficiency assessment amounting to 30.9 million, and 23 auditees of the 47 are still unpaid, amounting to a deficiency of 1.38 billion pesos, Your Honor. 12 of these 23 filed a motion for consideration involving an amount of 914.5 million, whereas the other 11 auditees of the 23 without a motion for reconsideration involving an amount of 471.6 million.
Yes, just to place it on record, Mr. President, again, as I stressed earlier, if these amounts are collected, these are already in excess of the 10 billion and therefore should be able to directly benefit our farmers. If the law is passed precisely to provide for direct cash assistance, this would be included. This could be actually included, which is to say, therefore, that the speed within which the BOC would be able to resolve this would be likewise at the quickest possible time. The farmers would be able to benefit from the resolution of these cases to the amounts of hundreds of millions of pesos, Mr. President. Is that correct?
That's correct. His representative, Senator Kiko Pangilinan is correct, Your Honor, on both counts, Mr. President, as to whether it will be over the 10 million, yes, and it would redound to the benefit of the cash, of the rice farmers. And as to whether the action of the BOC would mean a quicker assistance, yes. So the answer is yes on both counts, Your Honor.
Yeah, and that's why it's critical for the BOC to be able to fast track these processes, Mr. President and Mr. Sponsor. Just one more question. During the committee hearing, we raised issues regarding the capacity of the BOC to determine the quality and the classification of the rice. If you will recall, we said 5% broken is more expensive than 15% broken, and 15% broken is more expensive than 25% broken rice, and therefore your tariffs will vary. The more expensive rice would mean if it's in ASEAN, then that's 35% tariff. So the more expensive classification will bring in more tariffs at 35%. And therefore, to go around it, they do misdeclarations. They declare it as 15% or 25% broken rather than what it actually is, which is 4%. The BOC, prior to the rice tariffication law, the NFA had the authority to make the inspections and determine whether or not the rice imported is precisely the rice as classified, and therefore the BOC can then immediately charge the right percentage and collect the right amount of tariffs. But in the last hearing of the committee, the BOC admitted that they had difficulty because the Bureau of Plant Industry did not have the capacity to make the determination. Wala na tayong import clearances ngayon in terms of bringing in imported rice, but we do have phytosanitary clearances. But the problem there is the BPI in the committee hearing admitted they didn't have the capacity and the skill and the expertise to determine the kind of valuation, the kind of classification, rather, how to classify these rice into whether 15, 10, or 5% broken. And the BOC too admitted that they're not in this position. And therefore, billions may have been lost because of the misdeclaration and the inability to verify whether the declaration of the classification of rice and the quality of rice is the right declaration. May we know what they have done or how have they moved forward since that committee hearing to, if I'm not mistaken, a month and a half ago.
Your Honor, we were told that it is the DA's Bureau of Plant Industry, which is tasked to conduct the examination of rice shipments in order to determine the quantity, the quality, and the specifications as to brokenness. This is part of the importation process for all imported rice shipments, Your Honor. So, but you mentioned that the lack of capacity on the part of the BPI or Bureau of Plant Industry. So we're trying to solicit what has been done.
Yes, I understand that the primary responsibility then was the NFA. And therefore today it's the BPI. But I'd like to think that it is in the interest of the BOC to be able to ensure that you have a BPI at this point. In other words, perhaps there has to be some interagency cooperation because parang bulag yung BOC rito. Isasubmit nung importer na ito ay 5% broken, mas mahal. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, it was like $65 per metric ton more expensive than or $35 to $65 depending on the valuation and the fluctuation of rice prices. Can you imagine, sabihin mo lang $30 per metric ton difference. And then you have an importation of 2 million metric tons. Even just half of that misdeclared is hundreds of millions of pesos worth, billions of pesos worth of lost revenue. So it would be in the interest of the BOC to be able to remove those blinders or be able to charge the right tariffs based on the classification of the rice, hindi po ba? The correct classification and determination of the correctness of the declaration. Hindi naman pwedeng i-declare nung BOC na tama yan. Yan yung correct declaration. It is authentic. It is without having to get the expertise of another agency. Hindi po ba?
Yes, Your Honor. We're trying to solicit a response to your specific query, which is if any improvement over the answers given during the committee hearing have been made. The responses we are getting here at the moment from the Bureau's representatives is that it's really the dadaan po talaga sa Bureau of Plant Industry bago po sa kanila. So
yeah. So perhaps we will therefore reserve this line of questioning when the Department of Agriculture budget is tackled and the BPI. We were hoping that within that period of 1.5 months, and assuming that in October, there were additional imported rice coming in, dapat sana na-declare na na-determine na kung tama yung declaration in terms of classification o hindi. But anyway, we'll leave it at that. We hope that the DA and the BOC and the DOF should come together and resolve this matter of the inability of the BOC to charge the right to determine the authenticity and the validity and the accuracy of the declarations of the imports by way of the accuracy of the classifications and the correctness of the classifications of the quality.
Yes, Your
and
Honor,
the
that's a very
classification.
important. They should strive to increase their capacity.
And I'll just place this on record as my final manifestation, Mr. President, based on just to give it a sense, according to the Federation of Free Farmers, there was a discrepancy between the rice prices at the shipment's point of origin, meaning kung saan galing, as declared by the importers, and the BOC's reference values. In other words, what was declared before the BOC. That is my understanding. In 2019, the disparity was 940 pesos less, 945 pesos less. Ito yung study. But in January this year to May of this year, the discrepancy doubled to 2,416 pesos per ton. This is 945 pesos per ton discrepancy. In other words, yung point of origin, ito ang halaga, X ang halaga, pagdating dito sa Bureau of Customs, X minus 945 per ton na yung halaga. In other words, binababaan talaga, ina-undervalue talaga. And ganun din naman ang nangyari noong 2020, but this time, from 945 pesos undervaluation, the data shows or the record shows and the research shows naging 2,416 pesos per ton devaluation na, mas mababa ng 2,000 per ton. Malaking halaga ho yun. Halos 1.6 billion pesos ang disparity in terms of losses. So we really hope they're able to determine, put this together, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. President, so that we can get the right tariffs and collect the right tariffs and provide more support for our farmers, especially today, especially at this time, Mr. President. I'd like to thank the good sponsor for answering the questions. We have no other interpellations for the DOF, and maraming salamat, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader. Thank you, Mr. Sponsor.
Thank you very much to our agricultural expert, along with Senator Villar, Senator Kiko. And we appreciate very much his concern for government collecting its proper revenues. And we note his points, and we hope the DOF can also help us, since it is the agency supervising the Bureau of Customs. Thank you, Senator Kiko. Thank you, Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Online to also propound some questions is our Honorable Senator from the North, Senator Jaime Marcos, Mr. President. You recognize that. Senator Jaime.
Senator Jaime Marcos is recognized.
My staff told me she no longer will ask any questions. Mr. President, my apologies. Next to ask or to interpolate the good sponsor is Senator Richard Gordon. May you recognize Senator Richard Gordon, Mr. President.
Senator Richard Gordon is recognized. Senator Villanueva is waving. You were
President, I actually just signaling that Senator Gordon is not his video is off, Mr. President. That's all I wanted to say.
Well, if Senator Hontiveros is available, Mr. President, she can go ahead and we'll locate Senator. Oh, there. May we recognize Senator Ontiveros and then later
Senator
on.
Tiveros,
Thank you, Mr. President. Good sponsor, finally, I will present for the good sponsor's consideration the manifestation that I had wanted to present regarding the Department of Finance budget. Actually, good sponsor, there's this little voice in my head saying, okay, you better make it good because I mistakenly was presenting it earlier in other budgets. And I thank the good sponsor for his patience with me. So once more with feeling, good sponsor, this is a manifestation on the need to incentivize LGUs to already begin helping the national government even ahead of the 2022 implementation of the Mandanas ruling. I've read with interest certain reports over the past 3 weeks about the discussions of Finance Secretary Dominguez with the ULAP. And in those discussions, the good secretary urged the ULAP members to tap their borrowing capacity so that they can complement the national government's limited Bayanihan 2 and 2021 budgets. The secretary mentions in those reports that there's a 300 billion peso fund at the Land Bank of the Philippines that local governments can tap. He also told our local officials that local governments have so far borrowed less than half of what they're allowed to borrow, and they can collectively still borrow up to 180 billion pesos. And he also told our local officials that interest rates are very low. I can only surmise, good sponsor, that the Land Bank borrowing window has been set at 300 billion pesos and not just 180 billion pesos because the borrowing and paying capacity of LGUs is about to rise dramatically, precisely as the implementation of the SC decision on the Mandanas ruling nears in 2022. So, good sponsor, at the proper time, I'd like to propose a special provision that would support the advocacy of the Department of Finance. And I believe we can support the good secretary by introducing a conditionality that will require local governments to match 1-for-1 the grants that they will be receiving from ALGU, from Salintubig, from NHA site development grants, as well as other grants to LGUs that will come from the national government. Of course, good sponsor, we could limit this peso for peso matching requirement to first and second class LGUs, the same LGUs that Sen. Nancy mentioned earlier in her interpellation. With the rest, good sponsor, providing, say, 1 peso for every 2 that the national government is able to offer or up to the limit of their capacity to borrow. Of course, the good sponsor and our colleagues might propose other formulas. The second part of my proposal, good sponsor, would be to require that the matching fund from LGU borrowings be used either in 2021 also or even in 2022 to finance 2 things, good sponsor. 1, projects in the NEDA RDC regional recovery plans, which I asked about earlier, particularly in the cases of provinces and chartered cities, or 2, projects that provide income support through local SAP, training, employment through local infrastructure, which for one was requested, good sponsor, by the Nagkaisa Labor Center for employment-related income proposals, and also income support through livelihood for the self-employed entrepreneurs and the like, good sponsor.
Your Honor, you're saying for every peso we give out in the ALGU, we require them to match it. We require the beneficiaries to match it for first and second class cities and municipalities, Your Honor.
Yes, good sponsor, and possibly change that ratio to for every peso from national government. For every 2 pesos from national government to be matched by 1 peso from the LGUs from 3rd to 6th class categories, good sponsor.
And the money would be earmarked for what you mentioned, Your Honor?
Yes, good sponsor, those are the proposals.
Well, Your Honor, instinctively, I am not averse or opposed to this, but maybe we should hear what the DOF and the DBM would have to say, since
Yes.
the ALGO is a fund under the DBM, which we just dismissed actually. But maybe we can ask the DOF how they feel about that.
Thank you, good
proposal,
sponsor.
Your Honor. Yeah. But that's okay. Okay. Your Honor, the DOF has said it's generally okay with them. I was speaking to the department, and they said as long as the creditworthiness of the LGUs was not impaired, and they usually have some prudential guidelines for lending. So in other words, if the LGU wishes to borrow in order to avail of the matching proposed by Her Honor, then that's okay as long as they still meet the prudential guidelines for lending set, which is usually they have the seal of good financial governance, among other things, Your Honor.
Thank you so much, good sponsor, and to the DOF. In fact, those guidelines or conditions that they further expressed through the good sponsor make it even clearer to the LGUs, which were earlier encouraged by Secretary Dominguez, how in fact to engage in this in these kinds of partnerships with the national government moving forward. Thank you so much, good sponsor. This will also be good news to the Nagkaisa Labor Center, which was one of those which advocated this special provision. Salamat po sa Department of Finance at salamat po, good sponsor. Salamat, Mr. President.
Thank you to our committee vice chair and the chair of the Senate Committee on Women and former chair of the Health Committee also. Thank you for her suggestions, Your Honor. Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now we'd like to ask again if Senator Gordon is available and ready.
Senator
I'm ready.
Richard Gordon, are you? He's online.
He's online, Mr. President. We recognize. He's online.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And thank you very much for joining the floor. Have some.
Majority Leader, I think he's a little choppy. Maybe we could tell him.
According to the GSIS, if they were to handle the pension fund of the military, they would be needing 5.5 trillion pesos as seed fund intended to pay the retirement benefits of the military and uniformed personnel. This is something that we cannot put under the mattresses for a long time because there is a feeling of entitlement. Quite frankly, the very
Your Honor, your connection is choppy, Your Honor. We cannot make out the. Your Honor, we apologize. We cannot hear the question very well.
I have it.
May we suggest that you check your internet connection and reconnect?
Senator Angara?
All right.
Yes, Mr. President, we're here. I'm sorry we weren't able to hear your earlier statements, Your Honor, because the connection was very choppy.
Well, my concern really, sir, is basically on the matter of the 5.5 trillion that has been stated by the GSIS in order to have a seed fund intended to pay the retirement benefits of the military and uniformed personnel, Mr. President. I really worry about that, as I'm sure many of you are, because it keeps getting bigger and bigger every year. So we have to plug that hole as soon as possible. Is there any plans afoot on the part of the Department of Finance whether they can handle this amount of money? Hello?
Your Honor, I'm also looking at the staff and the finance department to solicit an answer, begging your indulgence, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, that's not your fault.
5.5 trillion, incidentally, is bigger than the yearly appropriations,
Yes.
General Appropriations Act, Your Honor.
Well, they're seeking the answer, Mr. President. The closest thing I can associate with this problem was the bonus march of the World War I veterans of America in 1932, where all promised $1,000 each to be received by 1945. I remember the war ended in 1918, and they were promised $1,000. That by 1932 there was the American Depression. Nahirapan sila, so they wanted to get their bonus of $1,000 at an early stage. They never got it. In fact, General MacArthur even supervised the dispersal of all these troops. But eventually, in 1936 thereabouts, after the presidential election where Roosevelt was elected in January 1936, they were finally paid over $2 billion in promised combat bonuses. Now, in our case, these are pension funds that is going to be under our saddle or a burr in our saddle, so to speak. Kukulitin tayo niyan at it will be something that will be almost like a whisper every day, every year that we take up the budget. Is there any plans afoot by the Department of Finance to handle this?
Your Honor, I've been told some information by the DOF representative here. There is a TWG or Technical Working Group that is composed of DOF representatives and representatives of the defense establishment and the GSIS, and they are discussing these issues of the pension. And among the issues being discussed are the indexation and how to deal with that problem going forward, given its ballooning nature. Second is the use of the possible use, whether it's lease or use of RAP of military assets, Your Honor, to generate revenues to contribute to the payment of the pensions. And the third is because right now there are no contributions, unlike other pension plans. The issue of possibly requiring contributions, the way there are contributions for us, for instance, for the GSIS, anybody who works in government. So those are some of the most pressing issues. And I was told by mid-December, there would be some recommendations made, Your Honor.
Well, we will have to wait for that with bated breath because even in my first term as a senator, in my first term in 2004, this has already been a nagging problem, Mr. President. and there's always been a TWG made, and nothing seems to happen except to worsen this Malay. So, Mr. President, I would appreciate very much if you'll hold them to it by December so that at least this Congress is trying to do something about it. And while it may be good to lease out some of the properties of the military, I don't think it's a good idea considering the prevailing winds in Asia where there are the powers that be are currently engaging in intramurals, and other countries are also raising the budgets of their military. While our military budget is being increased, never been so good, it's really minuscule compared to the others, let alone having this problem of the pension fund, Mr. President. So it's my hope that the chairman of the Finance Committee can see his way clear in getting very, very clear signals as to how this thing is going to be resolved, Mr. President.
Yes, Your Honor. We'll await that report, and we'll try to process it as soon as it is issued, and we will work with the good gentleman, the chair of the Blue Ribbon and Justice and Government Corporations committees, who I know is also chairing a similar bill, no, to reform the pension system. So definitely we should be working together, Your Honor, and we'll await that. We are also awaiting that, and I think the difference perhaps now today, as with a couple of years ago, is that there seems to be a greater urgency today given the realization that this is no longer a sustainable situation, Your Honor.
I have a question in that regard. Why can't we go back to the system? I think, you know, when they left the GSIS, if they were ever at the GSIS, they had all these problems come about. So why can't they go back to the GSIS system, Mr. President? After all, we're all government employees, and certainly more premiums collected by the GSIS would allow it to have more leverage in paying for these pensions. Is that a very real impossibility? Not possibility, but
that's a very
possibility.
Yeah, that's a very distinct possibility, Your Honor. In fact, that is the case, I think, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not an expert. I'm not claiming to be an expert, Your Honor, but I just look around at some of the pension systems, and most seem to be have some sort of system of mandatory contributions, Your Honor. So SSS, GSIS, even the private retirement or pension systems have contributions which form the basis for payments in the future. So I think the gentleman is correct that is probably the way to go, since we are all government employees, and there has to be some sustainability in all pension systems, Your Honor.
Well, so far as the military and the police personnel are concerned, their salaries have been increased dramatically. So it's about time that they can contribute to a pension system, which they had before 1973 when they started putting up the AFPR RSBS, which died, Mr. President. And they were running it themselves. I really feel very bad about that, because I consider the military a very, very important branch of our country. It takes care of the defense of our country. So I think it's about time that, if GSIS is a form of forced savings for all of us. I have retired already, and I get a good pension from the GSIS, Mr. President, as I'm sure you all will. And if the military does it now, then they can get the necessary support in terms of retirement. And GSIS has been handling their program very well. So I think it's about time that we handle this, hold the bull by the horn, so to speak, Mr. President. I don't mean to be pressing, but I think it is indeed a pressing engagement that awaits us all. Otherwise, will be pressed down completely like dinaanan tayo ng pison, napisa tayo dahil hindi natin naayos yung problema yan.
Yes, I totally agree with the good gentleman, Your Honor. And as he mentioned, I think it was a little over 2 years ago that we raised the salaries of our uniformed personnel. And that would have been the appropriate time to cut the umbilical cord for indexation, since there would have been it would have been a give and take, Your Honor. With the increased salaries, there would be a reformed pension system. But that's water under the bridge, and there is unfinished business, and I totally agree with him.
Better to have water under the bridge than a dam that collects so much water and suddenly unleashes water to the prejudice of our people in Cagayan. That's what happened, Mr. President. I don't want that to happen in the case of the pension. Let me move to another question based on the assurance of the good gentleman. On the matter of, this was raised also previously, I believe, by Senator Ontiveros, if I'm not mistaken, on the matter of uncollected revenues, particularly from Chinese imports, Mr. President. I have from 2019, from 2010 to 2019, we never collected, we lost 777.42 billion in import taxes from China by way of underreported, which were underreported in 2019. And that is uncollected from imports from China from 2012 to 2019, which is about 749.09. I would like to correct myself. In 2019, we lost 777 billion pesos underreported, Mr. President. Now, as we all know, it's so easy to find this out. World Trade Organization, we can get that from WTO, or we can actually get that from China because they offer rebates for companies that export to other countries. So easily we can track that down. So where we are bleeding is right here. It goes through customs without paying taxes, without paying VAT, and it goes to Binondo or other places. And this is really a bleeder for us, especially now that we need every peso we can generate to solve our problems of COVID and the two major typhoons and other things, Mr. President. So is the Department of Finance going to do something about that finally?
Your Honor, I think, if I'm not mistaken, what Your Honor is raising is one of the issues also raised by Senator Lacson during the Department of Finance budget hearing last year. Because, again, he compared the data from the port of origin, which is China, as well as the data at local ports, and there was a disparity. But the DOF told us that it's somewhat of a recording matter, because in China, even if the Manila or any port in the Philippines is just a transshipment port, it is still recorded in the values, or it is still recorded as having gone to the Philippines. Whereas here, the local practice is if we are just a transshipment port and the cargo is bound for another destination, we do not consider that as an export, whereas the Chinese record it as an export, even if we are only a transshipment hub, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, I may be talking to my hat, but I most respectfully disagree, because the only way they can transship would be Manila Bay is too overcrowded with ships that are trying to bring their importations to our country, and the only place where they can re-export would be in Subic, and I don't think they go to Subic, Mr. President. So there is really a hole that must be plugged here. And I've been saying this not only, I actually learned about this when I was investigating sa Blue Ribbon, Mr. President, yung rebate ng China na nakikita natin yung pumapasok and that's why there are several people still in jail right now, namely Mr. Taguba and also Ms. Tatad and a few other guys who have not, whom we caught at the Blue Ribbon. So there you are, Mr. President. Are we gonna do Mickey Mouse stuff? Meaning to say, parang slogan lang yan na kukulikin natin ang taxes sa customs pero hindi naman natin nakukulik at hindi natin kukulik pati VAT. And hindi ko na mga resibo. I have tried that, Mr. President. I had my people go to Chinatown and they never gave us an assist. They never issued us VAT recordings, Mr. President. So this really is a bleeder, a major bleeder that hurts our economy, and I really want to see something done about that, Mr. President.
Yes, Your Honor.
It's unfair to the military, to our educational system, to our health system, that we're not able to collect these amounts, and all the fat cows that have connectivities and connections in customs, they're laughing all the way to the bank, Mr. President.
Yes, Your Honor. Definitely, there are some improvements I think that we should be making somewhere along the way, Your Honor.
You mean there should be dramatic improvements, don't you?
Yes, Your Honor. You said it better than this representation.
Well, you know, they're asking us to disincentivize, and yet they're not collecting this. This is another argument that I have. After this COVID challenge happens, we would need every tax incentive, everything we can do to get more investments here. But in the meantime, if we look at where to get money, we know where to look for money, and that is in customs, Mr. President. And I can tell you there are any number of law enforcement agencies that are there, and they do all kinds of foolish things. I can recall 2 colonels who are still on the lam that have escaped the dragnet of our law enforcement, who were going into customs as if they owned the house. And they were all checking on where a particular container van containing drugs or that were in an ingeniously created container. And they have not done anything. They're still out there. So it makes us really look like a paper tiger, Mr. President. Kaya yung sinasabi ni President Duterte na maraming corruption, he doesn't have to look far. Right? Out there. Now, you know, the customs collector is trying to do his best, but he is, like in the Department of Health, surrounded by a snake pit of people who have had transactions there for a long time. And you really need to overhaul to a certain extent. Hindi naman lahat, no? Pero makikita naman sa performance nila. Like I think in the airport, they're doing well. But in some areas in customs, in our ports, mukhang hindi nag-i-improve. Konti lang ang improvement. Token improvement lang, Mr. President.
Yes, Your Honor. I think they're trying to implement some innovations. There is the IT system. I forgot what it's called.
Matagal na yung IT system na yan. Panahon isang PMA graduate rin. Hindi na na-implement. I think there's resistance to any IT system, whether it's in the BIR or in customs. It's there already, and to the frustration of many, they don't want to implement it. I remember, I don't know if you heard this, I heard about a couple of weeks ago from Montulfo. He had a recording of a lady from BIR who nagmumura talaga. Nag-PPI na sinasabi niya, yung madalaki raw doon, nakakakuha. Bakit siya? Pati siya hindi siya nakakuha. And they were able to record it, Mr. President. I really think that there's something rotten in the streets of Denmark, or if you will, in the streets of Aduana, Mr. President.
I think so, Your Honor. That's why the DOF and the POC have this customs modernization project, CMP, where the World Bank agrees to extend an official development assistance loan to the BOC for the procurement of various components of this modernization project. This was approved last October 28 with an amount of $88.28 million, Your Honor. It involves the acquisition, installation, and operationalization of modern ICT systems and equipment to improve BOC's efficiency, effectiveness, and transparency, Your Honor. If you recall, a few years ago, we passed the Customs Modernization Act, which sought to limit the discretion of some of our revenue officials, Your Honor, by automation and other processes, Your Honor.
I seem to recall, Mr. President, in the not too distant past, and I'm not trying to shoot the messenger such as you because you are not only a fellow senator, but I consider you family, and I won't shoot the messenger. But I'm really just aiming at, for an example, the so-called modernization. I remember I had a witness that says it was impossible that the X-ray could not see the smuggled items that were coming out of customs. I believe at that time there were drugs. And we came across that in the Blue Ribbon Committee, Mr. President. I wish that hindi naman sa nagmamalinis tayo or naman at least makagaang-gaang naman ang Pilipino pagka makolekta yung mga perang yan, Mr. President. Pagka pupunta siguro dalhin natin sila doon sa Catanduanes, sa Camarines Sur, sa Camarines Norte. Nakikita na naghihirap yung mga tao natin doon. Baka sakali makonsyensya, Mr. President. Pati sa Aurora, Mr. President. Pati doon sa Cagayan at Isabela, yung hirap ng tao doon na kailangan yung salapi na makukuha dyan in the form of taxes. I think that would maanting naman siguro yung puso nila, pero talagang kailangan baguhin na natin yung sistema. It's a culture problem there, Mr. President. It's not a computerization problem alone. There's a culture there of talagang kompadrasko, pakikisama, kasama tayo sa lahat, walang may iwanan na hindi nakakuha, salo-salo tayong lahat. Yun ang nakikita kong kostumbre dyan, Mr. President.
Yes, Your Honor, it has deep roots. I have no doubt that the gentleman is correct. And I thank him for his kind remarks on our close family relations, going back to my father and himself. And we appreciate that very much.
Yes,
yes, Your Honor, I think we have no disagreement with you on that note, Your Honor.
That's why I don't want to shoot the messenger. I'm sorry, it's just a euphemism. But really, I beg of the senator to use his influence to be able to convince them to turn into a new leaf at the most humble way, Mr. President. But really, we need drastic measures there, especially during these times when we have severe problems, Mr. President. I don't really want to ask a lot of questions, but I think I've made my point, and it is my hope that DOF is going to listen to us. Otherwise, we can't call it the Department of Finance anymore, but you might as well call it the Department of Failure, Mr. President.
Yes, Your Honor. I think they're also really trying to exhaust all means to improve the performance. Since, as you know, they really go by the numbers, and they're trying to improve the collection. They have every incentive, Your Honor, to improve the performance of the bureau.
By the way, I've even talked to the Secretary of Finance when I heard some information in the past, Mr. President. Again, like I said, either there are sacred cows or there are, especially mag-i-election na naman, baka may mga fundraising na naman dyan, dapat matigil na yan, Mr. President. Thank you very much, Mr. President. I didn't mean to try and ask embarrassing questions at the DOF. Certainly, I'm not trying to embarrass you, or I'm not trying to embarrass them. I just want to tell them they have got to do something about our country. And they're one of those who must be able to listen to what President Duterte says, that corruption must be cleaned up in our country.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor, for his concern. And I'm sure it's something shared by our colleagues as well as our many members of the public who are suffering from COVID and an improved performance or good
I have to
government.
ask this question again, Mr. President. I always ask it. Whenever I can, I will ask this question. Has the attrition law been implemented, Mr. President? Has there been bonuses given and have people been fired because they were not able to make targets? I mean, we had a hard time passing that law way back in my first term in the Senate, Mr. President. And I wonder if we might ask our friends from the department whether they're doing and implementing the attrition law, which is supposed to improve the output of BIR and the BOC. That was passed in 2005, Your Honor.
Your Honor, there are levels where they are considered attritable, or you're referring to the Lateral Attrition Act, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
Your Honor. So according to the DOF representative here, although they have not hit their targets in many occasions, they have not really gone below that attritable level. So I don't think there has been any casualty in terms of dismissals from the Bureau, Your Honor.
Well, they can recommend a better attrition law. I'm sure any number of us will accept that because we cannot go like that. We cannot just say, okay, we cannot make it, have a loop, and then we just shrug our shoulders and say it's okay. I just want to make that point in again for the upting time, Mr. President. Now, I have another question. I know that everybody's in a hurry. Foreign direct investments in this country have always been a problem. In fact, there has even been a drop, and that's understandable. And based on data published by the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas, the country's net direct investment FDI inflows have been on downward trend since 2017. For an example, we had 10.25 billion in 2017, 2018, 9.94 billion, 2019, 7.68 billion. Understandably, in January in 2020, it's at 3.79 billion. And that's where I guess I will be asking these questions again. And so with a number of us, in other words, the factors that come into play in the decline of the country's net foreign direct investments include the fact that we forget that when we have FDIs, they're there to generate jobs and create a tax base, a wider tax base. And if we do not allow more of them, then we just have an empty lot and they collect real estate taxes locally, but nobody else is taxed for their income and nobody else is vetted for the construction as well as for the consumption of products in our country. And that goes back to what we've been discussing on the matter of create. That means create jobs, not just taxes, but create jobs. Because when you create jobs, you create taxes, Mr. President. And I just want to put my licks in, if you will. I know you will understand my position on this matter. You may not agree with me, but I think that I want to get my licks in insofar as reminding them that we have to make ourselves attractive because we're not the best looking guys in the block and we're being beaten all the time and we're always about number 5 out of ASEAN. In fact, Vietnam and Indonesia and Thailand is way ahead now, and the Philippines is running behind, not just to stay in place, but running and cannot even keep up to stay in place, Mr. President. That is my concern. We have become the least attractive on the following indicators: quality of corporate government, government competency, policy stability, and predictability. So when you change it in the middle of the game, again, we suffer. I have not even mentioned power. I have not even mentioned the hardships that we have to face, a lot of hoops that we have to go through. And I think that we should really have a master plan. Like I said previously, even now, Department of Trade, Department of Finance, Department of Foreign Affairs must, and all the pesos and all the foreign, IPAs should be able to start planning to get investments to our country. But I don't know whether we're really serious, Mr. President. I hope we are. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. We do agree with you that we need to ramp up our attractiveness to foreign investments. And I think I answered this earlier to Senator, the Minority Leader, when he asked why our foreign direct investments somewhat down in the last few years. And my answer, one of my answers was the uncertainty with regard to the fiscal incentives, Your Honor. So I think I did mention that perhaps it's time to wrap up our discussions on the Create Bill in order to place a period or to write finish to this chapter in terms of our fiscal incentives, Your Honor, so that those companies who are planning their next few years could decide whether we would form a part of their worldwide plans, Your Honor.
Hindi naman po siya nagmamagaling, pero talagang nung tinanggal po ang bases ng Subic ang Clark, walang gustong pumunta sa Clark dahil na-ravage nung araw. At sinambot po natin yan, isinama ko po yan dun sa bill ng BCDA. Kaya naging special economic zone sila at tinulungan pa sila ni President Ramos maging Freeport. Pero talagang pag nasubukan nyo yung dinaanan namin nung araw-gabi, umiikot kami at lahat. Parang ngayon, ako kinakausap ko lahat. Habang nagmi-meeting po tayo dito, kinakausap ko yung mga nagdo-donate sa atin at sinisungkit ko yung mga donasyon. Kundi wala akong magbibigay. Ganyan rin yung ginagawa natin sa investments. Kailangan sungkitin natin, kailangan ligawan natin. At hindi tayo lalapitan, parang tayo ay mga kondesa o mga konde de forma. Ang tawag ko dyan, puro forma pero wala akong nadadalang trabaho para sa manggagawa. Hindi na po ako magsasabi, katulad na sinasabi natin sa batas natin sa mga abogado, affiant, say it no. Wala na ako masabi. Mauubos na lahat yung laway ko sa kasasabi. Pero kung hindi ko babaguhin yan, talagang malulubog tayo talaga. Hindi lang sa utang, ngunit sa kahirapan. Thank you very much po. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you to the gentleman from Zambales, our committee vice chair, for his contributions, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you, Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Senator Gordon. With that, no other members have listed to interpret the measure or the budget of the Department of Finance. I move, Mr. President, that the Department of Finance, Office of the Secretary, the budgets of the Office of the Secretary, Bureau of Customs, Bureau of Internal Revenue, Bureau of Local Government Finance, Bureau of the Treasury, Central Board of Assessment Appeals, Insurance Commission, the National Tax and Research Center, Privatization and Management Office, and the Philippine Tax Academy be deemed submitted. I so move, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, deemed submitted.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Majority Leader, and to all our colleagues. At least we have ended at a relatively humane hour, Your Honor.
Yes. We thank all our colleagues for that and the chairperson. Mr. President,
Mr. President, with the indulgence of the Majority Leader, could we include Phil Guarantee? That's an attached agency, Your Honor.
I move, Mr. President, we include Phil Guarantee, Mr. President, to the motion.
Any objection? Hearing none, so included.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, before we suspend session tonight for tomorrow morning, if with the permission of the chairperson and my colleagues, there's a third additional reference of business. So I move to suspend temporarily the consideration of the budget. I so move, Mr. President.
Yes, hearing no objection, the consideration of the GAB is suspended.
Mr. President, I move for the third additional reference of business.
Secretary will proceed with the third additional reference of business.
Third additional reference of business, bills on first reading. Senate number 1913, an act establishing a transitional justice and reconciliation mechanism to address the legitimate grievances of the Bangsamoro people, indigenous peoples, creating for the purpose the National Transitional Justice and Reconciliation Commission for the Bangsamoro and indigenous peoples in the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region, appropriating funds therefore, introduced by Senator Ontiveros.
Referred to the Committees on Local Government and Finance.
Senate number 1914, an act creating the Boracay Island Development Authority, defining its powers and functions, providing fines, penalties, and funds therefore and for other purposes, introduced by Senator Villar.
Referred to Committees on Tourism, Environment, and Finance.
Senate number 1915, an act strengthening the Philippine Crop Insurance Corporation, repealing for the purpose Presidential Decree number 1467 as amended, entitled Creating the Philippine Crop Insurance Corporation, prescribing its powers and activities, providing for its capitalization and for the required government premium subsidy and for other purposes, introduced by Senator Binay.
Referred to the Committees on Government Corporations, Agriculture, and Finance.
Senate number 1916, an act to protect Filipinos from the harmful effects of trans fatty acids and for other purposes, introduced by Senator Binay.
To the Committees on Trade and Health.
Resolutions, PS Resolution number 568, resolution commending Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary Haneda Koji for his remarkable work as envoy of the Government of Japan to the Philippines, bolstering the bilateral relations and strategic partnership between the two countries, introduced by Senator Zubiri.
To the Committee on Rules.
PS Resolution number 569, resolution expressing profound sympathy and sincere condolences of the Senate of the Philippines on the death of veteran actress Clarita Villarba Rivera, popularly known as Mila del Sol, and honoring her contribution in Philippine cinema, introduced by Senator Revilla Jr.
Refer to the Committee on Rules.
PS Resolution number 570, a resolution urging the appropriate Senate committee to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation into the massive flooding caused by water releases from dams triggered by the successive typhoons and continuous rains in the Luzon Island, with the end in view of identifying needed government interventions, environment rehabilitation, and possible infrastructure works to prevent similar disasters in the future, introduced by Senator Revilla Jr.
To the Committees on Public Works and Environment. Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Without
before that, may I be made a co-author of Resolution 569, please?
Yes, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This representation also, Majority Leader.
Yes. Yes, Senator Joel as well, Mr. President.
Thank you.
And probably at the proper time when we take it up, some other members would also like to signify. So with that, Mr. President, I move that we suspend session till November 10 a.m. tomorrow, November 17, 2020.
Any objection? Chair is none. Session is suspended until 10 a.m. of tomorrow, November 17, 2020.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Good evening, everyone.